Chapter 773. Hey, don't chase after him. How about you stay here and play with me? Noah stopped in his tracks and looked at Yen Fengili, who was gradually running away. He clicked his tongue and looked at Lancer with a sharp gaze. What are you doing? Lancer asked in a relaxed and carefree voice. What are you doing? Huh? Lancer, who had endured Noah's sharp gaze, did not retreat at all. Instead, he spoke excitedly. Not bad. There are people in this era with such eyes. It really makes one's blood boil. Seeing Lancer's eyes and expression filled with a strong desire to fight, Noah roughly understood what kind of person Lancer was. Battle maniac? I hate this kind of person the most. Noah looked straight at Lancer and declared. Are you going to stop me no matter what? Lancer. I'm sorry, kid. Lancer held the magic spear in his hand tightly and shrugged helplessly. Even if he's that kind of person, he's still my master. Without him, I can't continue to exist. So, it's better if you stay here and accompany me. Is that so? Noah closed his eyes slightly and then suddenly opened them. Then let me prepare a worthy opponent for you. After saying this, Noah raised one hand and turned the back of his hand towards Lancer. Lancer was shocked. Don't tell me, you're planning to. Without giving Lancer a chance to react, Noah raised his hand high above his head and chanted loudly. Come here. Rider. This sentence directly turned into the purest of orders and resounded under the night sky of the church. Clang. On the back of Noah's hand, the sword-shaped command incantation, surrounded by two snakes, suddenly lit up and brought with it a rich red light. In the blink of an eye, one of the snakes on the command incantation suddenly faded away and gradually became blurry. The command incantation, which had become indistinct, directly turned into a huge amount of magic power. It rippled and reverberated to the surroundings, causing the space around Noah to suddenly become illusory. Then, a dazzling light burst out from the illusory space. A tall and slender figure appeared in the middle of it. Ryder, who was holding a spike-like chain dagger, raised his head that was wearing an eye patch. With his back facing Noah, he looked at Lancer opposite him and a strong magic wave was emitted from his body. Ryder's servant, here following the summons. As if he didn't see Lancer, Ryder turned around and looked at Noah. Master, please give me your orders. Orders? Noah smiled faintly. No orders, Ryder. This time, do as you like it. Make as much trouble as you want. Hearing this, Ryder tightened his grip on the chain dagger and a bright smile that was usually expressionless. Understood, Master. Noah crouched down like a cheetah and chased after Yen Feng and Chi Li as soon as he received Ryder's reply. Stop right there. Kid. Lancer naturally couldn't just watch as Noah chased after Yen Fengili. He turned around, but before he could make a move, a strong gust of wind came from behind him. His expression changed slightly and he quickly turned his body sideways. Swoosh! In the sharp sound of the wind breaking, the spike-like dagger connected to the chain brushed past Lancer's body. Like an arrow that pierced through space, it shot out and landed in the air. However, at the same time, an aura suddenly approached Lancer and flashed behind him. Clang! The crisp sound of the collision and the bursting of sparks shook the air. That was the sound caused by the fierce collision between the red magic spear and the chain dagger. The body of the magic spear and the spike-like dagger constantly rubbed against each other, creating strong sparks. Under such circumstances, Ryder raised his head. Although his eyes were covered by a shield, when Lancer met his gaze that shouldn't have existed, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Then, Ryder smiled. His smile was like a rose with thorns, full of danger. Let's fight, Lancer. Hearing this, Lancer also smiled. His smile was rather ferocious. Alright, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Violent magic power rose from the two servants, and the tension in the air was instantly ignited. Clang! Then, the loud sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air and didn't die down for a long time. Swoosh! On the other side, Noah, who had Ryder in charge of delaying Lancer, turned into a shadow and flashed under the moonlight. Like a ghost, he rushed into a forest at his fastest speed. Within the range of Noah's sensing ability, he could still sense Yen Fengili's aura. Perhaps because he was injured, Yen Fengili couldn't escape from the range of Noah's sensing ability in time. This was also the most unlucky thing about Yen Fengili. It was destined that tonight would be the most unforgettable and unbearable night for him. Following the remnant aura within the range of his sensing ability, Noah constantly shuttled through the lush forest. His body was extremely nimble as he leaped over the trees. At a speed that could only be seen as a shadow, he sprinted in a certain direction. Swoosh! Just as Noah was about to catch up with the aura in front of him, a weapon that was as sharp as a dagger or a short sword suddenly shot out from the front. It cut through the air, and with a sharp sound, it accurately pierced towards Noah's body. It was a weapon that Yen Fengili had used once in his battle with Noah. It could eject a blade from the dagger-like hilt. It was said that under normal circumstances, only members of the Church of Holy Light would use this weapon. It was a weapon called the Black Key. In terms of swords, this weapon wasn't refined enough, and its sharpness couldn't be compared to ordinary swords. However, in terms of length, it was a weapon that was very suitable for throwing. Moreover, this weapon had a miraculous effect on spiritual bodies. The blade of the sword was weaved with magic. As long as there was a hilt, it could be carried on one's body at any time. When it was time to use it, it could be taken out. The blade of the sword weaved with magic could be used in battle. It was a very convenient and miraculous weapon. If this weapon was used against a servant, as long as it could hit, it would be able to cause damage. It was a pity that Noah wasn't a spiritual body. To Noah, Yen Fengili's Black Key was no different from ordinary daggers and short swords. Pang! Immediately, a violent and dense magic burst out from Noah's body. It was like a shockwave that blew in all directions. Dang 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 dang. The black keys that were shooting towards Noah were directly blown away by the magic storm that burst out from Noah's body. It was as if they had landed on a steel shield, and they were all knocked away. From this, it could be seen that in terms of power, these black keys were indeed somewhat lacking. The appearance of these black keys was equivalent to telling Noah. Yen Fengili was right in front of him. Along with the dense magic wave, Noah's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. He turned around and stomped on the trunk of a tree. His entire body turned into an arrow and shot out rapidly, flashing forward. Not long after, in the field of vision in front, a figure wearing a priest's outfit, covering his chest and fleeing in a sorry state was imprinted in Noah's eyes. As if he had sensed the movement behind him, Yen Fengili turned around with all his might. However, there was not a single figure behind Yen Fengili. This result not only did not make Yen Fengili feel relieved at all. Instead, he was shocked. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction that he was fleeing in. There, a figure quietly landed on the ground. Yen Fengili's face darkened. Yen Fengili's intuition told him that it was him. There was really no way for him to escape today. Escape? Noah revealed a cold smile. Do you think you can escape? Fake priest. Chapter 774. Whoosh. The mana waves that continued to rise from Noah's body were like a gust of wind that rolled up the dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground in the silent forest at night. It was as though a tornado was wantonly venting its power. It was quite a shocking sight. Even Yen Fengqi couldn't help but take a step back when he saw this scene. At this time, what filled Yen Fengqi's heart wasn't fear, but shock. Ever since he was in the church, Noah had used the mana cannons made of pure mana more than once. That kind of magic seemed simple, but because of its simplicity, its power was directly related to the amount of magic. From the power of the magic cannon, it could be seen that even if it was just a single shot, the amount of magic it required was quite shocking. However, from start to finish, Noah had used the magic cannon countless times, but it didn't seem like it was going to be used up at all. Moreover, Now, he was using the most direct method to display his magic in front of him. How could Yan Fengqi not be shocked? Could it be that this person's magic was boundless? Even the heroic spirits who stood out from the legends didn't have this level of magic. How did this master, who came out of nowhere, have this level of magic power? If he had this level of magic, he shouldn't be unknown in this world. The Magic Association, which paid the most attention to magic, should have noticed, right? Magic was the root of mystery. Even the ritual of the Holy Grail was built on the foundation of the endless magical power in Fuyuki City. It was easy to imagine how important magic was. Therefore, if he had this level of magic power, he would definitely be noticed by the Magic Association. However, Yan Fengqi, who had a firm foothold in both the Holy Church and the Magic Association, didn't know of this person's existence. This made Yan Fengqi involuntarily grit his teeth and speak. "You, who are you?" "What?" Noah lifted his feet and slowly walked towards Yan Fengqi. In the end, is this the only question in your heart?" From Noah's words, Yan Fengqi felt a real murderous intent. The person in front of him was indeed planning to kill Yan Feng and Qi Li. That was why he chased after them. Yan Fengqi didn't know that Noah would directly kill someone he met for the first time. That was a very rare thing. Yan Fengqi, who didn't know this, pulled out the black key with a sullen face. Clang! The sharp blade of the black key, which looked like a dagger's hilt, flashed with a cold light. Instead of retreating, Yan Feng Qi Li advanced. With a shift of his feet, his figure instantly turned into a black shadow and shot toward Noah like a bolt of lightning. His sharp black key easily cut through the air with the help of magic power. Of the black keys of the black key. Facing black key's merciless attack, Noah's eyes flickered slightly. He kicked off the ground with the tip of his foot and picked up a withered branch, holding it in his hand. Hum! The complicated and precise magic patterns, which looked like electric wires, suddenly spread out from Noah's hand and climbed up the black key's black key. The magic patterns covered the entire surface of the black key. Facing the incoming sharp He Jian, the withered branch in Noah's hand turned into an afterimage as it flashed out. With a frightening momentum, it heavily struck He Jian's sword like an egg smashing into a rock. Clang! The rotting branches clashed with the sharp black keys, and the sound of steel clashing against steel rang out. After his attack was blocked by Noah, Yan Fengili immediately flicked his wrist. The sharp black key was like a strange poisonous snake as it quickly circled around the rotten withered branch that was covered with the magic pattern of Enhance Magic. With a turn, it cut across the surface of the withered branch and stabbed forward. Ding! Just as the sharp black key flashed past the black key that had been strengthened by the black key, a hand suddenly stretched out rapidly. With a flick of the finger, a gust of magic wind was brought up and it accurately bounced off Yan Fengqi's black key. At the same time, Noah raised the black key in his hand and stabbed it directly at Yan Fengqi's face. The tip of the black key's black key enlarged in his eyes. Yan Fengqi's heart tightened as he tilted his body and somersaulted in the air to dodge the black key's black key. Immediately after, Yan Fengqili's eyes suddenly became sharp. Magic power surged from the black key, causing the sword made of magic power to tremble violently. Following the trembling of the black key, the afterimages of the black key's black key filled the space in front of Yan Fengqi within a few breaths. This was caused by Yan Fengqi stabbing the black key in his hand at an astonishing speed. As a result, the rain-like sword shadows filled Noah's entire vision. Like a downpour, they enveloped Noah's body from all directions. Faced with this scene, Noah's gaze was calm. He raised the black key in his hand and slowly drew a trajectory that was difficult to follow before he stabbed it out with extreme agility. Ding! A light sound of collision rang out. Noah's black key met the black key amidst the overwhelming sword shadows. It collided with the tip of the black key's black key and stopped the continuous stabs. Yan Fengqi's expression changed slightly, but he could only grit his teeth and shake his other arm. The other black key immediately landed in Yan Fengqi's hand. The black key flicked out and turned into a sword shadow. With a trail of silver light, it directly stabbed towards Noah's throat. However, this time, before the sharp black key could pierce Noah's body, Noah's hand that was holding the rotten black key suddenly twisted strangely. Like a python that had wrapped around its prey, it tightly sucked onto Yan Fengqi's black key. With a forceful tug, Yan Fengqi lost his balance and fell forward. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously, a fist that was accompanied by a whistling sound of the wind suddenly flashed out. It was mixed with a terrifying force and violently blasted towards Yan Fengqi. Yan Fengqi's expression changed again and again. He could only give up on the black key that was strangely sucked in. He also clenched his fist and tried his best to gather his magic power. He gathered it on his fist and pressed it against the fist that was bombarding towards him. Boom! When the fists collided, a muffled sound and the impact of the strength chi shook the forest, causing the two figures who were exchanging punches to suddenly retreat. Wang! Immediately after, a gorgeous magic array rotated in front of one of the figures. A terrifying demonic power that would make anyone tremble in fear gathered in the magic array, condensing into a brilliant beam of light, and shot out like a flood. Yan Fengqi, who clearly understood the power of the light beam, could only shrink his eyes and feel a wave of fear in his heart. This was because Yan Fengqi was still unable to stabilize his body and was in a state of retreating. There was no way he could avoid the light beam that was shot at close range. Therefore, this time, the magic wind beam did not deviate and directly landed on Yan Fengqi's body. Boom! The shocking explosion thundered through the entire forest. Even outside the forest, it could be heard clearly. At this moment, in a corner of the forest, a scorching red fire burst out like a wave of fire that set the prairie ablaze. It was like a violent storm that burst out from the middle. All the trees in the area that were affected by the scorching fire were swallowed by the spreading fire almost in the blink of an eye and directly caught fire. The entire corner of the forest turned into a red lotus hell. It had completely turned into a sea of fire. The figure that was directly hit by the magic wind beam that caused all this was scorched black and his skin festered as if he had been calcined by the fire. Puchi! With a mouthful of red blood spurting out, Yan Fengqi's body, which was scorched black and smoking, fell powerlessly like a bird that had its wings broken and crashed heavily into the deep pit on the ground. There was not a single spot that was intact, and his breath was almost gone. Noah, who had retreated to the edge of the sea of fire, saw this scene. Even though he did not have any good feelings for Yan Fengqi and only had disgust and killing intent in his heart, he would not be stingy with his praise at this time. After all, it was already very praiseworthy that Yan Fengqi did not shatter into pieces after taking a full hit from the magic wind beam that could even directly annihilate a low-level fallen angel. Although this praise was exchanged for with Yan Fengqi's life. Chapter 775. Pa! The prairie fire continued to expand in the forest, causing the trees to burn one after another. Some of them had even turned into charred wood and fell to the ground with a crisp sound, creating dense sparks. In the center of the sea of fire, there was a huge pit. Yan Fengqi's entire body was charred black, and even his skin was festering. He could not even feel his breath as he lay motionless in the pit. If it weren't for Noah's outstanding sensing ability, he would not have been able to detect the remaining trace of weak breath. Faced with such a scene that could be called a red lotus hell, Noah did not feel the slightest emotional fluctuation in his heart. He slowly walked into the center of the sea of fire and into the deep pit created by the explosion of the magic cannon. He arrived in front of Yan Fengqi and looked down at him from above. No matter what kind of creature it is, they are all bound by things like rules. Just like the top and bottom of the food chain, those at the bottom will only end up being devoured by those at the top. Therefore, people will instinctively feel agitated when they break the rules. Such people usually do not have a good ending. Yan Fengqi, this is your ending. Yan Fengqi seemed to have heard Noah's voice. He tried his best to lift his completely blurred face, and even his expression could not be seen clearly. He spoke weakly. Noah. Dole, that's right, that's my name, Noah sneered. Remember it well. Don't die without knowing who took your life. Noah raised the rotten withered branch in his hand that was covered with magical patterns and strengthened by the strengthening spell. It was not inferior to ordinary sharp weapons at all. Goodbye, imposter priest. After saying that, Noah suddenly stabbed down with the withered branch covered with magical patterns in his hand. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard, causing Noah's hand to stop moving. He immediately switched from stabbing to flicking, causing the rotten withered branch to look like a full moon as it streaked across the space in front of him. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding sound of metal clashing and a burst of sparks, a luxurious sword that had suddenly shot over from afar and pierced towards Noah's heart was fiercely sent flying. Bang! At the same time, the rotten branch in Noah's hand exploded into pieces due to the clash with the luxurious sword. The remaining force pushed Noah back involuntarily and away from Yen Feng and Chili. This development caused Noah, who was retreating, to narrow his eyes. The same thing had happened not long ago. They did not appear within the range of Noah's sensing ability, but they launched an attack by throwing weapons at him. When Castor left the game, Gomu Soichiro died in such a situation. Although it was a gun last time and a sword this time, Noah did not think that the two situations were not caused by the same person. At the moment, Noah, who had stabilized his body, raised his head and looked at the direction of the luxurious sword. At this moment, a breath finally appeared within the range of Noah's sensing ability. Are you looking at my body at will without my permission? When such an unruly voice echoed over the entire sea of fire, a figure quietly walked out from the other side of the sea of fire. Well, although you are a bastard of unknown origin, you are still a guy who can confront Hercules head-on. I admit your value. With such a sentence, a blond man with his hand in his pocket appeared in front of Noah with a cold and arrogant smile on his face. Seeing the blond man, Noah's eyes narrowed again. It's you. He was wearing a black motorcycle suit. A chain-like ornament was wrapped around his waist. His hair color was bright golden. His pupils were as red as wine. This guy was clearly the mysterious blonde man who suddenly appeared in front of Noah at night last time and mentioned Tong Ying in front of Noah. Yen Feng Chili also turned his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of the blonde man. After a while, he squeezed out such a name. Gilgamesh, Chili. The man called Gilgamesh by Yen Feng Chili glanced at the blackened man who was lying on the ground and had almost no breath. The expression on his face became ridiculing. I just left for a while, and you actually became like this, Chili. This time, you lost your mind. Yen Feng Chili seemed to want to say something, but because his movements were too big, dark red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, causing him to be unable to even cough. He could only continuously bleed like a corpse that was about to die. It seems that you can't do it anymore. Gilgamesh smiled as if he was helpless and indifferent at the same time. Forget it, anyway, I have found something more interesting to do here. Thank you very much for accompanying me for so long, I had a great time, Chili. After saying that, Gilgamesh turned his gaze to Noah, who was opposite him, as though he was looking at something interesting. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. This is the first time we have met like this, right? Writer's master. Hearing this, Noah still looked straight at Gilgamesh, and after a while, he spoke. Who are you? Who am I? Gilgamesh slightly widened his eyes, then covered his forehead, as if he was amused, and laughed out loud. I have already allowed you to admire my figure, but you still didn't recognize who I am? And you even questioned me? Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh's laughter suddenly stopped, and a cruel emotion appeared in his wine-like eyes. A guy who can't even recognize the king doesn't need my mercy. As soon as he finished his words. Clank. Wave-like golden ripples suddenly reverberated in the space around Gilgamesh. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Noah's mind. Profession rank, Archermaster, Yen Feng Chili real name, Gilgamesh attribute, Chaos, Good, Ability value, Strength, B. Durability, C. Agility, C. Magic power, B. Luck, A. Noble phantasm, X. Profession skill, magic power. EA is one of the 3 knights in the Holy Grail War. Because of the profession rank of archer, he had obtained this skill, but in fact, he did not have the ability to deal with magic power, so he could only stay at the lowest level, level E. Although the level was low, because he had a variety of magic armors, he could actually nullify most magic. Solo action, A+. As an archer's servant, they would usually be given the ability to act alone. However, in the archer job class, it was very rare for them to have this level of ability to act alone. They had already surpassed the highest level of A rank. Even without the help of a master, they would still be able to act. Even when using large-scale magic, the support of a master would become unnecessary. They would be able to completely ignore their master and act at will. Furthermore, as a servant who had obtained a physical body, even after the end of the Holy Grail War, they would still be able to continue to maintain the Earth realm. Preservation skill, golden rule, A. With the fate of being entangled with wealth in his life, he would not be confused by the problem of money in his life. From the beginning to the end, he would live a rich life, because there was a legend that all the treasures in the world in the era of survival were his own. He even had a treasure house to keep all the noble phantasms. This skill seemed to have nothing to do with combat, but in the aspect of equipment, this skill actually played a great role. Leadership ability, A+. With excellent command and leadership ability, he had the ability to be praised as the best king. This was a very rare skill. Generally speaking, if you want to rule a kingdom, as long as you have level B, it was enough. Reaching level A+ was already beyond popularity or technology. It could be said to be the level of magic or curse, so even just leading would greatly improve the morale. Divinity, B, A+, even among the heroic spirits, he had the highest level of divine fitness. His divinity even surpassed that of the son of the Greek main god. After his death, he even became a true god, Hercules. Unfortunately, although he had such a high level of divine fitness, he still hated the gods, resulting in his level being reduced to B. Chapter 776. The sudden feedback in his mind made Noah completely fall into a state of shock. It seems that Gilgamesh's sudden attack stimulated Noah's ability as a master, allowing Noah to spy on Gilgamesh's ability value. But what's going on? Archer. Isn't the archer of this Holy Grail War Rin Enosaka's servant? What's going on with this archer in front of me? Moreover, up until now, the 7 servants of this year's Holy Grail War have all appeared, haven't they? The second archer. The 8th servant. Master or Yen Fengili? Yen Fengili has 2 servants. What the hell is going on? Oh. You have an interesting expression. Gilgamesh, who was surrounded by golden space ripples, seemed to have seen through the bewilderment in Noah's heart. He spoke in amusement. Are you wondering why there is an 8th servant? Writer's master. With such a sneer, Gilgamesh said proudly. Unfortunately, that's something that only those who can survive are qualified to know. You can try to survive in my hands. In that case, I can still be merciful and tell you. After that, Gilgamesh gently raised his hand. Buzz dash. Suddenly, from the golden ripples that fluctuated from the space around Gilgamesh, weapons slowly emerged as if they were floating from the water. They were weapons that looked extremely luxurious at first glance. There were swords. There were knives. There were guns. There were halberds. It was as if every type of weapon in the world was included in it. In the golden space ripples, at least dozens of weapons emerged, as if they were put on a bow that was fully drawn, and the tip was pointed in the direction of Noah in front of him. Seeing this scene, Noah's face finally showed a touch of surprise. Noble phantasm? Yes. There were at least dozens of luxurious knives, swords, spears, and halberds. All of them represented the hero phantasm itself as the strongest trump card. That was why Noah was shocked. Although he was not from this world, Noah's knowledge of this world was not inferior to the people in this world. Therefore, Noah knew that there were people who had more than one hero phantasm as the strongest trump card. Generally, hero phantasm could only have one hero phantasm. A very small number of hero phantasm had more than one hero phantasm, but there were only about 3 of them. Now, in front of Noah, how many hero phantasm had? The number of hero phantasm should not exist at all. Despite the shock in his heart, Noah calmly searched his mind for a piece of information about Gilgamesh's defensive skill that he had just probed. Golden rule: Ahas, the fate of being entangled with wealth for the rest of his life. He will not be troubled by money for the rest of his life. He will live like a millionaire from the beginning to the end because there is a legend that he has taken all the treasures in the world for himself. He even has a treasure vault that keeps all the hero phantasm. This skill seemed to have nothing to do with combat, but in terms of equipment, this skill actually played a huge role. He had taken all the treasures in the world for himself, so he had a treasure vault that kept all the hero phantasm. This was Gilgamesh. In the oldest heroic epic recorded in human history, 2/3 of him was a god, and the remaining 1/3 was a human. As a half-human half-god, he was the oldest king who ruled the ancient Sumerian city-state of Uruk in the pre-Christian era. For a servant of unknown origin, this kind of treatment is really too extravagant, isn't it? Gilgamesh seemed to be enjoying Noah's performance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let me tell you something. This is my noble phantasm, the Gate of Babylon. It is a treasure vault that contains all the prototypes of noble phantasms and technologies. You should be satisfied that you are able to see my treasure vault. After saying this, Gilgamesh suddenly waved his hand down. From the ripples in space, the various hero phantasms, such as knives, swords, spears, halberds, and other hero phantasms suddenly stopped. Then, like bullets, they shot out from the hero phantasm called the Gate of Babylon with bursts of golden light, and their speed was extremely fast. Noah's eyes flashed, and he suddenly raised his hand. One by one, magic arrays suddenly appeared from his body, like the muzzles of cannons, aimed forward, and gathered an amazing amount of magic. Immediately, in the midst of the vibrations in space, beams of magic power burst out from the magic arrays, cutting through the air like laser beams, and suddenly collided with the hero phantasm. Peng 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 peng. The collision between the powerful beams of light and the hero phantasm caused a burst of loud and clear explosion sounds, shaking up a circle of shockwaves. The shockwaves spread out, and the surrounding sea of fire was shaken and scattered, dispersing a lot of it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows. Magic? The power is quite amazing. Although he said this, Gilgamesh's face had a trace of disdain. Since it's like this, then I'll use a special weapon to deal with you. Following Gilgamesh's words, in the golden space ripples that filled the surrounding space, it was obvious that they were completely different from the hero phantasm just now. The appearance more or less changed from luxurious to simple weapons, and with a rise and fall, they were like arrows, once again cutting through the air, shooting in the direction of Noah's direction. Noah just wanted to use the magic cannon again, but there was a warning in his heart for no reason. Intuition told Noah. If they were to use the magic cannons to offset it again, the result would definitely be different this time. Noah, who was extremely confident in his intuition, did not have the slightest hesitation, and his figure retreated quickly. Pang! The attacking hero phantasm's rain of hero phantasm fell on the spot where Noah was just a moment ago, and directly exploded the ground there, setting off thick smoke and fire. Oh! You noticed it? Gilgamesh said leisurely. No, I should say that I felt it, right? Noah, who had retreated, steadied himself. He was speechless when he sensed that the mana residue that had filled the space around him had suddenly disappeared. Those relics just now were all relics used for magic, right? The hero spirit's relics had all sorts of abilities. For example, Saber's invisible air had the ability to turn people invisible. For example, Lancer's Gibalg had a sure kill ability. For example, Archer's Law Ajax had the ability to defend against thrown weapons. Another example was Berserker's 12 Trials God's hand, which gave him the ability to revive and resist attacks to a certain extent. Just now, the relic that Gilgamesh took out had the effect of breaking magic. It was a relic that could counter magic. That was why the magic residue that permeated the air was eliminated. It was not until this moment that Noah finally understood what the phrase, "the prototype that owns all the noble relics," meant. That meant that Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon had relics that could deal with all kinds of situations. As long as he targeted the opponent's weakness and took out the corresponding relic, then Gilgamesh would be invincible. A hero spirit that could use all kinds of relics. This was the kind of person Noah was facing. This made Noah frown slightly. "It's a little tricky, a little tricky." Gilgamesh seemed to be laughing out of anger, and closed his eyes. "Then let me see, why would you think that it's a little tricky when facing my treasure?" However, before Noah and Gilgamesh could start fighting again, a ray of light shot up to the sky and attracted their attention. "That's the direction of the church." Chapter 777. Clank. While Noah was chasing after Yen Fengili, in front of the church, in the courtyard that seemed to have turned into a piece of scorched earth, the battle between rider and lancer started with a fierce sound as the prelude. In the field, the one who launched the first attack was naturally Lancer, who was known for his bravery. Lancer's body was surrounded by layers of slightly blood-red demonic energy, causing his body to turn into a blurry shadow. Then, he charged towards Rider at lightning speed. Among the 7 classes in the Holy Grail War, Lancer had the highest requirement for ability points, second only to Saber. Therefore, in terms of ability points, if Saber had the highest requirement for ability points, then Lancer would be second. In addition, only knights with the highest level of agility could become Lancer's servant. One could only imagine how fast the Lancer, whose real name was Ku Churin, was. That speed alone was enough to make Rider, who also had the highest level of agility, tense up his body and face the attack with 120% seriousness. With such agility, a distance of a few dozen meters could be said to be covered in the blink of an eye for Lancer. Rider only felt a few breaths of time, and that blurry shadow had already flashed in front of him. Lancer tightened his grip on the magic spear in his hand, and like a crimson ray of light, it shot straight at Rider's heart. If it were anyone else, even if they were also servants, they would probably break out in cold sweat because of Lancer's speed. However, Rider, who also had the highest level of agility, was already prepared. Just when Lancer was 3 meters away from Rider, Rider made his move. As though he was teleporting, Rider's figure suddenly moved horizontally as he retreated backwards. The chain dagger in his hand swiftly pierced out. The powerful force directly caused a faint arc of light to appear in the air where the chain dagger passed, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it shot forward. Lancer was obviously surprised to see that Rider was actually able to open up the distance between them at such a close distance. Although they were both servants with the highest level of agility, Lancer and Rider specialized in different areas. Lancer was good at instantaneous explosive speed. What Rider excelled at was average movement speed. Therefore, in terms of instantaneous burst of speed, Rider shouldn't be that high. But now, Rider's instantaneous burst of speed was almost catching up to Lancer. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. Sensing the sharp wind coming towards him, Lancer calmed himself down and let out a sinister laugh. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body suddenly floated up. The magic spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it ruthlessly pierced towards Rider who was right below him. Ding! The crimson magic spear heavily pierced the chain dagger that was directly under Lancer's body. As sparks sputtered, a strong force burst out and easily suppressed the chain dagger. The moment the magic spear touched the chain dagger, Lancer's arm that was holding the spear bent and bent. The magic spear that had pierced Rider's chain dagger immediately used the force of the dagger to propel Lancer's body, causing Lancer to do a somersault in midair. Like an eagle descending from the sky, the sharp magic spear shot towards Rider's head with a chilling wind that made one's scalp numb. Facing Lancer's sudden and fierce attack, Rider's face was solemn. His feet moved, and his body instantly retreated a few steps. The chain dagger in his hand rose from bottom to top, and he fiercely raised it. Clang! The short sword and long spear collided heavily. The force from the collision caused Lancer's body, who was descending from the sky like an eagle, to be lifted into the air. As a result, Ryder, who was standing below, should have withstood the greater force, but his body didn't even tremble. With the chain dagger in his hand, he continued to retreat. Monstrous strength again. Lancer, who was floating in mid-air, instantly saw the reason why he was at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation. What a troublesome skill. Although it can only be maintained for a very short period of time, it can be used at any time. And it doesn't look like there's any interval between uses. I can't compete with strength, but I also can't compete with speed. My opponent's speed is not below mine, so it's really troublesome. Saying so, the smile on Lancer's face became wider and wider. However, in hand-to-hand combat, Ryder is obviously not good at it. I'll use high-intensity close combat to suppress her. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lancer's body trembled slightly. A blood-red magic flame suddenly burst out from his body, lingering around him, and then converged on the magic spear in Lancer's hand, causing the already extremely bright red spear to become even redder. Ha! At that moment, Lancer roared. His body spun, and like a whirlwind, he suddenly flew out. With a whoosh sound, his body madly shot toward Ryder's direction, and in an instant, he was in front of Ryder. As soon as he entered the attack range, Lancer didn't hesitate. His arms shook rapidly, and the magic spear was like a crimson-red viper, drawing a series of afterimages in the air, fiercely piercing toward Ryder's body. In an instant, Ryder, whose speed was not as fast as Lancer, could only raise the chain dagger in her hand. While maintaining her movement, she waved the chain dagger in her hand like a whip, pulling up the chain that was connected to the dagger in her hand. She waved it repeatedly, and the silver chains formed a steel net, protecting her entire body behind it. Ding 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 ding. The spear shadows of the devil's spear pierced through the protective net of chains at an astonishing speed, causing a series of crisp sounds to ring out. It was as though a strange melody was being played, producing a series of pleasing notes. Ding 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 ding. Under the continuous attacks, Ryder could only wave the chain in his hand to block them, but his body was constantly retreating. It felt as if he needed to use a chain to block every raindrop in the pouring rain, not letting a single drop fall on his body. One could imagine how difficult it was. Lancer's idea was indeed correct. Although in terms of ability value, Ryder was not inferior to Lancer, in terms of close combat, Ryder was obviously inferior to the Grand Knight, who was known as Fierce Dog. Over time, in the face of such a dense rain of attacks, even Ryder's defensive stance began to crumble. His movements began to feel awkward. Ha 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 ha. Take this, take this, take this, take this. Perhaps it was because he was too excited, Lancer couldn't help but laugh wildly. While madly thrusting his spear like a storm, he taunted Ryder. What's wrong? Ryder. Where's your imposing manner from just now? Reacting to Lancer's arrogant attitude, a fierce look flashed across Ryder's face. Without hesitation, he lashed out the chain that he had been using to form a defensive net like a whip. Like a fierce whip, he lashed it towards Lancer's direction, fiercely hitting the Crimson Demon's spear. Clang! In the loud sound of the collision, the two figures were sent flying backward in the strong wind. After rubbing against the ground for a distance of more than 10 meters, they finally stopped. However, Lancer was still the same as before, not showing any signs of being in a difficult position. As for Ryder, because he had just dealt with Lancer's continuous attacks, his breathing began to become disordered. It was clear who had the upper hand and who had the lower hand. No matter what, a cavalryman competing in close combat with me, a spearman, is simply asking for trouble. The sneer on Lancer's face faded slightly, and he raised his magic spear. You should also show your true ability. Chapter 778. It's time for you to show your true strength, right? Lancer's words froze the entire atmosphere. Ryder was silent. There was no doubt that Ryder had not shown his true strength yet. After all, in the Holy Grail War, every job class had its own requirements. The requirement for the Saber job class was that the heroic spirit must be able to reach the highest level in all aspects, except for magic power, and wield sword-type weapons. The requirement for the Lancer job class was that the heroic spirit must have the highest level of agility and wield a gun-type weapon. The requirement for the Archer job class was that the heroic spirit must specialize in long-range attacks, wield a powerful shooting weapon, or have a special ability related to shooting weapons. Only the heroic spirit that met the job class requirement could use this job class as a vessel and descend into this world as a servant. Obviously, the servant that met the job class requirement also meant that the servant was good at fighting. Ryder, on the other hand, required a heroic spirit to have a deep relationship with a mount. As a result, the ability of the Ryder job class was generally lower than that of the three knights. However, they were able to make up for it by using the abilities of their mounts, which they had a deep relationship with, to display high-level riding skills and fight against their enemies. Therefore, the Ryder was not good at close combat at all. The reason why their ability points were not lower than the three knights, and their ability points requirements were second only to sabers, lancers, was because of the vast amount of magic provided by Master Noah. However, even so, the Ryder's strength was not in close combat. The Ryder's strength and durability were only B-level, which proved this point. Otherwise, with Noah's magic power, the Ryder's strength and durability would definitely be more than B-level. Because Ryder wasn't a heroic spirit that specialized in close combat, Ryder's stamina and durability didn't continue to increase. The true strength of a servant, Ryder, was in the aspect of mounts. Lancer, who was very clear about this, stared at the Ryder in front of him with a very serious expression. "You're not planning to hide your strength at this level, are you? Show me what you've got." Hearing this, Ryder slowly raised his head and looked at Lancer. "Indeed. It's rare for Master to allow me to cause a ruckus. If I don't show my true strength, it would be too disappointing." As she said this, a burst of suppressed magic gradually rose from Ryder's tall and slender body like a strong wave of fire. "Then I won't hold back. Don't regret it, Lancer." The magic power rising from Ryder's body suddenly stagnated. Clang! Suddenly, a strong light erupted from Ryder's body. It was an extremely pure white light. In such a burst of strong light, Ryder turned into a ray of white light and suddenly rushed into the sky. After rising to a certain height, it suddenly became like a white sun and suddenly turned into a shocking source of light. Lancer subconsciously raised a hand to block in front of him, but his eyes never closed. He stared intently at the white sun-like light source in the air. At a certain moment, his pupils shrank. This was because Lancer saw it clearly. In the center of the strong light, a shadow slowly emerged. It was the body of the shadow that made Lancer's expression become more and more serious. In the end, he even cursed out loud. "I see. That's why you're Ryder. Damn it, with such a thing as a mount, what are you if not Ryder?" It was normal for Lancer to have such a reaction. Because he saw a fantasy. Whoosh! In the whistling sound of wings, in the center of the white sun-like light source, a horse appeared under the night sky. It was a white horse that was surging with blue mist. It had a pair of wings and was incomparably white. It gave off an extremely noble and holy feeling. At this moment, Ryder was riding on such a white horse with wings, looking down at Lancer below. Her figure was like that of a goddess. In fact, before she became a monster of Gorgon, Medusa was a goddess. Legend had it that when Medusa fell as a goddess and became a monster of Gorgon, and was beheaded by Perseus, a Pegasus named Pegasus flew out of her body. Because of this story, the Pegasus was also known as the son of Medusa. Therefore, Medusa, who had once given birth to Pegasus in her body, had an extremely deep relationship with the Pegasus, a creature that only existed in fantasy. This relationship had now grown into the power of Medusa, allowing Medusa to descend with the title of rider. Yes. Rider's mount was the Pegasus. And this Pegasus that only existed in fantasy had a general name in this world. Fantasy breed. With an A+ level riding skill, Rider, whose real name was Medusa, rode the fantasy breed, called the Pegasus, and descended from the sky. Since even this child has appeared, then I won't show any mercy, Lancer. Rider's voice echoed around. Next, it's time to determine the winner. After saying that, the chain dagger in Rider's hand gradually turned into a ray of light, forming a rope of light that wrapped around the neck of the Pegasus under him. Rider held it tightly. At this moment, the aura of the Pegasus under Rider suddenly rose, and even the magic around it skyrocketed. Neigh! The holy white horse immediately flapped its wings and let out a long neigh, and even its pair of eyes became blood red. Bellerophon. This was Rider's noble artifact. It could greatly increase the ability of the summoned fantasy breed, and it was a noble artifact that combined attack and defense. With the help of the relic, Rider's riding ability had reached a whole new level. It caused the space around the Pegasus to ripple and set off layers of air waves. It was a shocking sight to behold. Ha 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 ha. Facing the amazing pressure from the sky, Lancer was not the least bit timid, but instead laughed out loud in joy. This is it. This is it. I participated in this boring ceremony just to have a good fight with an opponent of this level. In the midst of this ecstatic laughter, Lancer quickly performed a spear dance, and the magic spear in his hand was like a javelin, holding it up. In that case, I will also use my strongest attack, just like what you said, Rider, let's have a showdown. Suddenly, a burst of blood-red magic suddenly rose from the magic spear that Lancer was holding on his shoulder, ready to throw, like a red stream of air, suddenly skyrocketing. Immediately, the tip of the magic spear gathered a whirlpool-like red light wave. This is another use of my noble artifact. It gives up the concept of being dirty, but strengthens the power and range of effect because if it is casually used, it will cause too much damage, so under normal circumstances, I don't like to use it. Lancer's ecstatic voice also echoed under the moonlight. I will use this spear to meet your full blow. While speaking, the magic spear in Lancer's hand turned into a whirlpool-like light wave, and the magic gathered at the tip of the spear became denser and denser. In the end, it had expanded to cover all the space within 3 to 4 meters of Lancer. Feeling the amazing magic rising from Lancer's body at this moment, Rider smiled fearlessly. In the next moment, a white comet and a red meteor burst out from the sky and the earth, respectively. Bellerophon. Guy Balg. The real name of the noble artifact was released. The comet and the meteor collided fiercely in midair. Dong! A violent loud sound resounded through the sky. Chapter 779. Bellerophon. When Rider released the true name of his precious artifact, beneath him, the pure and holy Pegasus let out a long neigh. The surrounding spiritual energy like mist curled around its body like flames, burning fiercely and expanding in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the holy Pegasus was completely covered by the flame-like magic mist. With a long neigh, it flapped its wings and swooped down toward Lancer under Rider's control. Whoosh! It was as if it had transformed into a white comet. The sacred heavenly horse descended from the sky and streaked across the space. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere fluctuated violently. It was like ripples of water that continuously spread out. Looking at the white comet falling from the sky, Lancer raised his crimson magic spear. His whole body looked bright red under the light of the red magic flame on the magic spear. Then, he poured all the magic power in his body into his beloved spear at once. Guy Balg. The moment he released the other real name of his spear, the blue veins on Lancer's strong arms bulged so obviously that they could be seen clearly even under the tight clothes. Immediately, Lancer's arm shook, and he threw out his magic spear fiercely. Wang! The tip of the demonic spear, which had a crimson whirlpool of light rippling around it, instantly transformed into a crimson meteor. It cut through the atmosphere and set off a series of turbulent flows like a violent storm. It was like a rocket that soared into the sky, shooting towards the horizon. A white comet falling from the sky. A red comet soaring into the sky. Two streaks of starlight, one white and one red, shook the space. Under the situation where the whole space was illuminated, they heavily collided in midair. At that moment, the whole sky suddenly became quiet. Then, an extremely terrifying energy suddenly exploded from the point of contact where the two streaks of starlight collided in midair. Dong! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky, turning into a sound wave. Like a circle of shock waves, it vibrated out. In midair, the white comet and the red meteor collided with each other, setting off a terrifying shock wave and intense flames. At this moment, the entire night sky seemed to be occupied by a sea of fire, causing violent shockwaves to continuously erupt. However, this scene could not be maintained for long. In just a few breaths of time, in the sea of fire in midair, the white comet that collided with the red meteor suddenly trembled, and an extremely terrifying magic power burst out of its body, causing the white comet to expand several times in size. Under such circumstances, the crimson meteor formed by the crimson demonic spear trembled. The crimson demonic chi flames on it were gradually extinguished by the terrifying demonic chi flames rising from the white comet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pang! In the next moment, the red meteor was directly scattered by the white comet, turning into a burst of red sparks that scattered in all directions. The white comet, which did not lose its momentum, rushed out from it, turning into a gorgeous ray of light that shot to the ground. Wadash! Lancer only had time to show a shocked expression on his face. Then, the comet from the sky filled his entire field of vision, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind as it fell. Pang! In the courtyard in front of the church, a pure white spark exploded on the ground, causing a deafening explosion. With a terrifying impact wind, it swept out and spread in all directions. The overwhelming wave of fire and the shocking impact mixed with each other like a surging wave, sweeping in all directions, causing the entire church to be affected. Under the terrifying impact and the wave of fire, the church was quickly annihilated. The surrounding walls, solid ground, and ancient courtyard were all turned into fragments under this impact and were drowned by the wave of fire. No one knew how long this scene lasted. It was not until a long time later that the terrifying wind and the intense fire gradually weakened and faded in the air. Whoosh! In the whistling sound of wings flapping, Ryder, who was riding on a Pegasus, floated in mid-air, looking down from above. Her face was as calm as an ancient well, and her posture was like a goddess, pure and beautiful. On the ground, in a huge crater that spanned over 100 meters, Lancer, whose tights were already in tatters, was lying inside. His body was covered with countless scars of various sizes, and dark red blood was dripping from his wounds. It was simply too horrible to look at. The winner had been decided. Ha! Ha! Even in such a miserable state, Lancer was still laughing. Looking at Ryder who was floating in the sky, there was no pain on his blood-stained face. Instead, there was only satisfaction. The goddess who rode on Pegasus, I see. The person who fought with me is actually such a person. Lancer finally recognized Ryder's true identity. Your relic must be at least grade A, right? Looking down at Ku Churin who was covered in blood and could no longer move, Ryder nodded slowly. Even so, he still insisted on speaking without hesitation and without a trace of weakness. Bellerophon. This was a relic that could increase the ability of the summoned fantasy breed by leaps and bounds. It was a grade A+ relic that combined both attack and defense. It was also Ryder's strongest trump card. On the other hand, Lancer's Gi Balg was a grade B+ relic. Even with the plus feature that could double the damage in an instant, it was still a grade lower than Ryder's relic. It was already clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Cough, cough. Lancer coughed a few times, and his voice finally started to become weak. I thought that was a human relic. It turns out that it's the same as my gun, a military relic. The hero spirit's relics were categorized according to their effects and areas of effect. The most basic classification was a human relic and a military relic. As the name suggested, the so-called human relic was a relic that only worked on a limited number of targets such as oneself or a single enemy. This type of relic did not need to consume much magic, and its efficiency was very high in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, in a relic battle, human relic was usually the most commonly used type of relic. On the other hand, a military relic was a relic that could be used on an army of tens or even hundreds of people. It was a relic that could work on a wide range of targets. In short, it was a relic that could carry out large-scale destruction and bombing. Its power was so shocking that it could affect the entire army. In terms of power, if a human relic was compared to a single-shot gun, a military relic would be a missile. The magic that such a relic needed to consume was shocking. After all, the power was completely different. There was a difference between a human relic and a military relic. The difference between the two types of relic was the number and range of targets that it could be used on. Other than that, there were other types of relic. For example, the magic relic that Gilgamesh used on Noah was a relic that specialized in magic. According to the different targets and range of effects, the relic was divided into a few types. Human relic and military relic were the most common types. The relic that Rider and Lancer used this time was a military relic. Undoubtedly, you used a military relic. However, you don't seem to have consumed much magic at all. The guy who provided you with magic is really a powerful guy. I used up all my magic in one go to use a military relic. Lancer laughed at himself. Really, losing to a woman like this is not cool at all. After saying this, Lancer's figure slowly turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared into the deep pit. Lancer left the arena. Seeing Lancer leave, Rider, who was riding on the Pegasus, remained silent for a while as if she was offering her last respect and condolences to Lancer. Then, she turned her head and looked at the forest in the distance, a corner that was covered by a sea of fire. Then, Rider, who was riding the Pegasus, turned into a comet and flew away. Chapter 780. On the other side, Noah and Gilgamesh, who were attracted by the light that suddenly soared into the sky from the direction of the church, both looked at the white light source under the night sky. When Rider was summoned, Noah had already learned from Rider about the treasures and trump cards of the servant who appeared in the form of a goddess. Therefore, Noah naturally knew that the mount that had a deep relationship with Rider was the Pegasus named Pegasus. It existed in Rider's blood and could respond to Rider's summons at any time. It was a fantasy breed like Bio. Of course, because of the world fragment, Bio had mutated. Although it was a fantasy breed, its ability had long surpassed the dragon species, which was known as the strongest among fantasy breeds. It even surpassed the category of fantasy beast and reached the level of mythical beast. Although Rider's Pegasus was not a mutant like Bio, its ability was one of the best in the category of fantasy breeds. In addition, Rider had an A+ level military treasure that could enhance the ability of the summoned fantasy breed. After using this noble artifact, the heavenly horse's ability would not lose to the strongest dragon species. Under such circumstances, once this trump card was used, Noah believed that Rider would definitely not lose to Lancer. Sure enough, in the next moment, the white comet that fell from the sky collided with the red meteor that soared into the sky. The white comet's victory was the result. Looking at the church that was annihilated under the violent impact, Noah chuckled. It seems that Rider has already solved the problem. Has that dog been killed? Gilgamesh seemed to have the same thoughts as Noah and curled his lips. Well, forget it. As an entertainment program, that dog has done its duty. Although a dog is still a dog, it can only be used when guarding the door. With that said, Gilgamesh raised his hand, and the golden space ripples that fluctuated in the space around him disappeared like a door that was suddenly closed. Noah raised his eyebrows. Not fighting anymore. Hero King. There's already too much entertainment tonight. Gilgamesh glanced at Noah and laughed mockingly. We've already dealt with a lot of useless bastards. If we continue, it will be boring. You've saved your life, kid. Although Gilgamesh's tone was still as arrogant and conceited, his words were indeed correct in their meaning. Tonight, quite a number of people had left the venue. Archer, Lancer, Caster, Assassin. In just one night, 4 of the 7 servants who appeared because of the Holy Grail War had already left. This should be the fastest exit rate for servant in history, right? There were only 3 servants left. No. If the mysterious appearance of the 2nd archer and the 8th servant were included, then there should be 4 servants left. But why would there be a 2nd archer and an 8th servant? You said that if I survive, you'll tell me the truth, right? Noah looked straight at Gilgamesh. Since you don't plan to fight again, then I'll consider it my win, right? The oldest king in human history was not only arrogant, but also capricious. If he were to directly announce his victory like this, it was very likely that the other party would fly into a rage out of humiliation and launch an attack on Noah. However, that was not enough to make Noah retreat. With all the prototypes of the noble phantoms, Gilgamesh's power was obviously above any servant. If he really went crazy, then there should be no servant who could guarantee that they would have a 100% chance of winning against Gilgamesh who could casually vent his noble phantoms. But that was it. Noah could see it. The real strong one was not Gilgamesh, but the noble phantoms called Gate of Babylon. As long as he could find a way to deal with the Gate of Babylon, then with Gilgamesh's ability, value and skills, only an intermediate servant would be able to deal with him, right? With such an obvious weakness, it was not scary. At least, Noah did not know how many enemies who were more terrifying than Gilgamesh were. Even if he did not use his authority, knowing Gilgamesh's weakness, although it could not be said that there was no threat, there was no reason to be afraid. Therefore, Noah did not have any misgivings and asked directly. What's going on? Hearing this, Gilgamesh looked at Noah coldly, but it was met with Noah's even colder gaze, which made him show a happy expression. The reason is very simple, kid. Because I'm not a servant of this Holy Grail War, but I've been staying in this world since the end of the last Holy Grail War. I'm just an archer of that Holy Grail War. A servant who stayed in this world after the end of the last Holy Grail War. Noah's heart suddenly moved. The hero king in front of him did have the ability to stay in this world after the end of the Holy Grail War. With an A+ level solo action skill. As an archer's servant, he would generally be given the ability to act alone. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh's solo skill had already surpassed the highest tier of A rank. Even without a master, he could move about freely. In fact, when he used large-scale mana, the master's support was unnecessary. He could completely ignore the master and move about freely. Not only that. Noah clearly remembered that in the introduction of Gilgamesh's solo action skill, there was also the sentence, because he obtained a body as a servant, even after the end of the Holy Grail War, he could still continue to maintain this world. Therefore, if Gilgamesh continued to stay in this world after the end of the last Holy Grail War, until now, then it could be considered as an explanation. But, why could Gilgamesh, as a servant, obtain a body? Are you wondering why I can still stay in this world after the end of the last Holy Grail War, until now? Gilgamesh didn't know that he obtained a body, but Noah already knew. He thought that Noah was wondering why he could continue to stay in this world after the end of the Holy Grail War. Gilgamesh inexplicably said such a sentence happily. Boy, do you know what the so-called Holy Grail is? Hearing Gilgamesh's meaningful words, Noah narrowed his eyes. Isn't it a wish-granting machine that can grant any wish? Wish-granting machine. Gilgamesh seemed to have heard something extremely funny. He bent down without caring about his image and laughed out loud. His voice was full of joy and ridicule. No, that's not a wish-granting machine. It's just a killing machine. Killing machine? Noah frowned, but his heart suddenly sank. Because, Noah remembered what Archer said before he disappeared. All the evil in this world. You already know all of it? Gilgamesh was surprised, but soon laughed again. You're right, boy, all the evil in this world, that's the true face of the Holy Grail. It's no longer an omnipotent wish-granting machine, it's just a curse that exists to curse humans. It's completely contaminated by the concept of evil. Saying such a sentence, Gilgamesh opened one of his hands, his face was full of evil smile. But, isn't it interesting to make such a thing? Noah's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition, making his eyes become sharp. What are you going to do? Gilgamesh didn't answer, but reached out his hand, and a ripple immediately appeared in the space beside him. From that ripple, a person rolled out. Seeing the person rolling out of the golden ripple, Noah was startled, and then said in surprise. Shinji Tamatsuki. Surprisingly, it was Shinji Tamatsuki. Chapter 781. Ah. 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 As soon as he appeared on the scene, Tong Shinji was like a person who was tortured to the point that he could no longer sober up. He lay on the ground, looking at the sky with dull eyes, like a complete retard. And on Tong Shinji's face, saliva was unscrupulously dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was not restrained at all. Of course, what surprised Noah was not Tong Shinji's performance, but his appearance. At this time, Tong Shinji's face, which originally had some redeeming features, had hideous blue veins wriggling. It looked like something was drilling under Tong Shinji's skin. If you looked carefully, you could find it. Not only on his face, but on Tong Shinji's whole body, those blue veins were constantly wriggling, looking very disgusting. Originally, Noah didn't have any good impression of Tong Shinji. Therefore, seeing Tong Shinji's miserable appearance, Noah didn't have the slightest sympathy and compassion. Noah was just puzzled. Puzzled as to why Tong Shinji, who was lucky enough not to die in his hands, became like this. How is it? Very ugly, right? Gilgamesh didn't even look at Tong Shinji, who looked like a retard, and sneered. But, ugly things shouldn't be decorated. This posture is the shape that is most in line with the concept of evil. It's the best to use it as a contaminated Holy Grail. Noah didn't speak, just stared at Gilgamesh, which made Gilgamesh's smile somewhat slow down. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, bastard, the person who made such an ugly thing is not me. Speaking of this, Gilgamesh didn't know what to think, and his expression became sarcastic. Well, for you, this is not completely unrelated. After all, the one who should have become like this is not Shinji, but the girl you have been paying attention to. This sentence finally made Noah react. What do you mean? Don't you know? The sarcasm on Gilgamesh's face became more and more intense. Do you really think that Mamatsuki Masanori almost transformed the little girl adopted from the Yuanzaka family just to let her adapt to the Mamatsuki family's magic? Gilgamesh stretched out a foot, stepped on the face of Tong Shinji, who was lying on the ground like a retard, and grinned. Originally, Jian Tong planned to transform that little girl in order to make Jian Tonging into the Holy Grail. Hearing this sentence, Noah's face sank heavily. Before this year's Holy Grail War, this boring ceremony had already been held 4 times. Regardless of Noah's expression, or rather, enjoying Noah's expression, Gilgamesh not only did not have the tendency to stop, but the more he spoke, the more energetic he became. The first 4 Holy Grail Wars were declared failures due to various problems. Sometimes it was because the magicians of the 3 families had internal strife and killed each other. Sometimes it was because the servants lost control, which led to the complete collapse of the whole ceremony. In the last Holy Grail War, it can be said that it was the only example of the Holy Grail being formed, but at that time, the boring existence called Holy Grail had been contaminated and became the cursed door to hell. So, that Holy Grail was destroyed as soon as it was formed. I was the only one who survived to the end. When I was about to touch the Holy Grail, the thing inside flowed out because of the destruction and poured on my body. Gilgamesh covered his head, showing an insolent expression. That curse will only curse and kill humans. As a servant, if I were to come into contact with that curse, as a spirit that should have been placed into the Holy Grail after losing the battle, I would also be contaminated together with the Holy Grail. Even my soul would become filthy. It's a pity that a curse of that level isn't enough to drive me crazy. That's why I got a body from that curse, and I don't need to consume my mana in this world anymore, Gilgamesh said with a sinister smile as he looked straight at Noah. Of course, it's not only me who got benefits. A certain insect who dreamed of eternal life all day long also got a fragment of the destroyed Holy Grail. Originally, he planned to implant it into the little girl who was adopted by the Anaka family and transform the little girl into the little Holy Grail. Then, in this Holy Grail war, he let the little girl collect the souls of the defeated servants, so as to get the real Holy Grail. Unfortunately, this plan failed from the beginning. The Holy Grail War that existed in Fuyuki City was caused by the Great Holy Grail that collected magic power from the ley line. The Little Holy Grail was responsible for collecting the souls of the defeated servants and storing them. After collecting the souls of the sick servants, the Little Holy Grail could use this power to open the hole leading to the origin. Then, the Great Holy Grail would use a huge amount of magic power to fix this hole, so as to achieve the final goal of going to the origin. In other words, the Little Holy Grail was the trophy of the Holy Grail War, a wish-granting machine that could fulfill all wishes. Of course, only after collecting the souls of the sick servants, the Little Holy Grail would become the real Holy Grail. If someone made another Little Holy Grail, and used this Little Holy Grail to collect the souls of the servants, when the souls of the sick servants were collected, the person who held this Little Holy Grail would naturally be able to get the Holy Grail. For a long time, the Little Holy Grail was prepared by Einstein Balin. However, this time, someone else planned to make another Little Holy Grail. This person was Masanori Nakamura. And the Little Holy Grail that Masanori Nakamura wanted to make was Masanori Sakura. Unfortunately, Masanori Nakamura failed. I don't know where the power came from, but the whole plan was hindered. That insect almost went crazy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used this guy as the Holy Grail. Gilgamesh kicked Shinji Mitsuki under his feet. Implanting a contaminated Holy Grail fragment was like stuffing cotton into a doll and randomly transforming it. The personality called Shinji Nakamura should have already been tortured and transformed, and completely disappeared because of the purgatory pain, right? Noah finally understood why Shinji Nakamura became like this. Shinji Nakamura had already been transformed into a hasty, Little Holy Grail by Masanori Nakamura. And the reason why Gilgamesh brought Shinji Nakamura with him had already floated to the surface. Over at Ludong Temple, the guy who killed Kugi Muniakairo was you, right? Noah took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. You went there to let Shinji Nakamura, the Little Holy Grail, collect the servant's soul, right? After all, Einstein Balin also prepared the Little Holy Grail. Gilgamesh smiled happily. In a situation where there are two, isn't it natural for the closer one to get what it wants first? Why did you do that? Noah only had this question. You also want to get the Holy Grail. That thing you said was contaminated and boring? Although it's boring, it's still very useful in terms of its function. Gilgamesh sneered. There's nothing more suitable than it to kill people. The humans in this era are all a bunch of boring bastards, and it makes people want to vomit. I've already decided to use it to get rid of the boring humans in this era. Because it's boring, so it has to be eliminated. Gilgamesh, who didn't know how ridiculous his words were, waved his hand, and a golden ripple covered Shinji Nakamura and put him away. Let's end the chat here, boy. Even if it's a hasty Holy Grail, it should be able to barely take shape with another servant's soul. You have to pay attention to the safety of the two servants around you. Don't let them lose their lives if you're not careful. Leaving this sentence, Gilgamesh just wanted to leave, but a huge beam of light burst out and attacked his back. Bang! A shockwave that seemed to have materialized erupted and spread out in all directions. Chapter 782. Peng Dash. The magic light beam that fell on Gilgamesh's body set off a violent impact and intense flames, like a gust of wind, spreading in all directions. Looking at the sudden explosion in front of him, Noah raised a hand and pointed it in the direction of the explosion. An intricate magical array was spinning in his hand, and there was no emotion in his deep, dark eyes. There was only complete coldness in them. Not long after, the impact of the explosion and the intense flames began to dissipate. Among them, a huge shield appeared there without anyone knowing. Along with the gradually dissipating impact and the intense flames, it disappeared in the air, exposing Gilgamesh's figure. Lifting his head, looking at Noah in front of him, Gilgamesh's expression completely disappeared. "It seems that you're in a hurry to disappear, boy." Noah just gently lowered his raised hand, facing Gilgamesh's gaze, which was like looking at a dead man, and smiled, a smile without the slightest emotion. "Do you think that after saying those words, I would still silently watch you leave? So, you intend to stop me, intend to save mankind?" Gilgamesh closed his eyes, like a volcano about to erupt, his whole body surged with pressure. "Don't be stupid, boy, the so-called salvation should be based on value. Only valuable things need to be saved. This world is full of too many worthless bastards. All the evil in this world is born because of the evil thoughts of these bastards. Then, if mankind is obliterated by the evil born from themselves, isn't that a matter of course?" While speaking, Gilgamesh seemed like he really wanted to vomit, and was speechless. "In my time, although the population is not as dense as it is now, but everyone has their own value, even slaves have their own places to be used. Losing one is a waste, but in this era, there are too many boring people, just like insects, mosquitoes, and flies. Once there are too many of them, it will only make people feel disgusted. Too many, in itself is a sin. Can saving these bastards reflect your greatness? Boy." Gilgamesh suddenly opened his eyes, and the pressure that pervaded his body began to erupt. "I thought that you were a smart person who could fight against the great hero as a human. At least you have some value in your existence. That's why I left you a chance to submit to me and be under my control. However, I don't need a bastard who dares to attack the king." Along with this sentence, an amazing sense of oppression spread from Gilgamesh's body. However, in the face of this sense of oppression, Noah's performance was abnormally calm. "Are you done? If you're done, then it should be my turn, right?" Noah raised his eyes and looked straight at Gilgamesh. "Since the little Holy Grail, transformed by Tomonori Kenzai, has already fallen into your hands, and you are still collecting the souls of the servants, then either you snatched this result from Tomonori Kenzai, or Tomonori Kenzai gave it to you himself. Am I right? Indeed, Shinji was given to me by that insect." The corner of Gilgamesh's mouth rose. "I have also prepared the Holy Grail. Here, do you want to open the gates of hell together? Because that insect told me so, it piqued my interest, so I asked for Shinji from him. That is to say, you are indeed in cahoots, right?" Noah suddenly laughed. "Then, this reason is enough." After saying that, Noah raised one of his hands, and an intricate geometric magic circle suddenly spun out from the surrounding space, covering Noah's body. "I don't care about the life and death of all humans, and I also agree with your statement that humans without value have no meaning to live. But, Hero King, our values are still different. In my eyes, those who are pleasing to the eye have the value to be saved, and those who are not pleasing to the eye should disappear as soon as possible. To me, killing without even knowing whether they are pleasing to the eye or not is the most annoying thing." Noah's face was calm. "Not to mention, you are in cahoots with those who I think are the most unpleasant and the most trashy people. That is enough reason for me to stop you. If you want to refute me, take out your treasure, Hero King." Noah's words directly made Gilgamesh laugh, and it was a creepy laugh. "Don't be too complacent, bastard." After saying that, Gilgamesh also raised his hand, and golden ripples immediately fluctuated in the surrounding space. Just like Noah on the opposite side, the surrounding space was filled with golden ripples. Seeing that the strongest master and the strongest servant in the Holy Grail War were about to explode the tension in the air, in the distance, a white comet flashed, cut through the sky, and landed on top of Noah's head. Noah and Gilgamesh raised their heads almost at the same time and looked at the sky. Immediately afterward, riding a holy Pegasus, with the Pegasus flapping its wings, riders slowly descended from the sky and entered the eyes of Noah and Gilgamesh. Humph! Gilgamesh coldly snorted and turned his gaze back to Noah. Then, Gilgamesh said such a sentence. Boy, you want to stop me, right? Noah did not answer, but met Gilgamesh's gaze and silently expressed his thoughts. In that case, let's play a game. Gilgamesh suddenly smiled. Listen, boy, I'm going to meet the rare great hero who is also a demigod, and collect his soul into the body of the Holy Grail, Shanair. Then, I'll use the souls of the 5 servants to open the hole of the Holy Grail and release all the evil inside. If you want to stop me, then give it a try. But, you have to remember, boy. Gilgamesh looked in the direction of Noah, as if he wanted to show something, and stretched out a hand. Once the game starts, you can't stop halfway. I'll leave Saber and Ryder on your side to you. You can please me as much as you want. As soon as this sentence was finished, a huge magic light beam suddenly shot out from Noah's direction and fell on Gilgamesh's body. Boom! An intense shockwave exploded out. Looking at the impact and flames in front of him, Noah slowly lowered his hand. At the same time, Ryder rode on the Pegasus and landed on the ground. He softly called out to Noah. Master, should we chase after him? Ryder's question was clear to everyone. Gilgamesh had already escaped. Ryder did not ask who the other party was, nor did he ask about the current situation. He only asked a question that required instructions, and did not ask anything else. But, how to chase after him? Gilgamesh's aura had already disappeared, and it was impossible to catch up. Noah stared at the place where Gilgamesh was a second ago, ignoring the impact and flames. He turned his head and looked in another direction. There, the dying Yen Feng Chili began to move his body, intending to crawl in the other direction of the forest. In response, Noah raised his hand again and pointed it in the direction of Yen Feng Chili. In the next moment, the familiar precise geometric pattern rotated in front of Noah's palm again. It emitted a strong light and condensed all the flowing mana. Then, the mana that turned into a light beam passed through the space, brushed past the atmosphere, and fell on the dying Yen Feng Chili. Ah! Yen Feng Chili let out his last scream, and his body was directly annihilated in the huge magic light beam, vanishing into thin air. Boom! The ground was directly blasted apart by the undiminished power of the magic light beam, and violent wind and fire waves shook the ground, causing pieces of gravel to scatter in all directions. At this moment, the ground that had been directly hit by Noah's magic light beam several times was no longer whole. Together with the surrounding forest that was still burning, it was as though it had been hit by a meteorite, and turned into an incomplete purgatory. Noah raised his head and looked at the deep night sky, and his voice echoed. There are more and more people that need to be dealt with. Chapter 783. After such a magnificent night, when Noah returned to Enosaka's home, the sky was almost bright. Rin Enosaka and Saber had probably gone to rest, leaving the Enosaka family's living room in silence. Noah did not turn on the lights and sat directly on the sofa, sinking his body deep into the soft sofa. He looked at the ceiling and did not respond for a long time. Master Ryder, who had entered the state of spiritualization, spoke softly beside Noah. Do you need me to search for the dirty inkstone again? Hearing this, Noah came back to his senses and shook his head. No need, the dirty inkstone is with Gilgamesh. It's very likely that it's next to Gilgamesh. Even if you find it, I don't think you can do anything to him, right? Gilgamesh. The oldest king in human history. This guy was indeed a little tricky. In Noah's opinion, if Ryder were to go all out and use all his noble artifacts and skills, he would have no problem fighting Artoria, the Night King, and Hercules, the great hero. In this batch of servants, Ryder's strength would definitely not lose to any of the hero spirits. However, Gilgamesh was an opponent of another level. In terms of strength alone, Gilgamesh was no match for Ryder. However, Gilgamesh's noble artifacts were too unfair. After all, no matter who it was, they had their own weaknesses. And these weaknesses were even more obvious when they fell on the hero spirits who were clearly recorded in myths and legends. Gilgamesh, who had all the prototypes of noble artifacts, only needed to use noble artifacts that targeted the weaknesses of these hero spirits. It was impossible for him to lose. Therefore, even if Saber and Ryder worked together, it was still unknown whether they could defeat Gilgamesh, the hero king. Let that guy take his time to clean up the dirty inkstone. Noah closed his eyes. Our real enemy is Gilgamesh. If we can get rid of that guy, then there won't be any problems. Ryder did not say anything else. He seemed to understand what Noah meant. To be honest, even Noah did not know if he could take down the hero king. Without using his authority, Noah's combat strength was limited. Furthermore, magic and magic would be completely countered by Gilgamesh's magic treasures because of their compatibility. If Noah were to fight Gilgamesh, he would definitely not be able to win against Gilgamesh, who could casually unleash his noble phantasm, which was equivalent to a trump card for heroic spirits. Generally speaking, if a hero spirit had 3 relics, it would be considered to be outstanding among all the other hero spirits. It would be a powerful existence. Under such circumstances, the number of noble artifacts Gilgamesh possessed was something that would make anyone feel despair just by thinking about it. Therefore, against such a figure, Noah's chances of winning were not high at all if he did not use his authority. No, there was no possibility of winning at all. Of course, if he had used his authority, it would have taken less than a minute to get rid of Gilgamesh. However, the 1-month time limit was not up yet. Noah did not want to use his authority yet. After all, it would be too much of a compliment to Gilgamesh if he used the entire world to defeat a Chinibu. This way, Noah would have no way to deal with Gilgamesh. No. Noah opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked in one direction. There's still a way. After muttering to himself, Noah stood up and walked in the direction he was looking at. Kacha, with the soft sound of a door opening, Noah opened the door to a room. Almost at the moment when Noah opened the door, a voice came into Noah's ears from inside the room. Are you back? Hearing this voice, Noah raised his head and met a pair of emerald green eyes that were like gemstones. He saw that in the room, a girl wearing a white shirt and a blue dress was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a blue ribbon as decoration. Her conspicuous golden hair was coiled up. She looked very gentle and elegant, dignified and beautiful, like a noble lady. On a bed opposite the young girl, another young girl was lying there, deep in sleep. It was Saber and Tong Ying. Saber seemed to have noticed Noah's arrival long ago. She stared at Noah and asked very seriously. From the looks of it, you seem to have gained quite a lot from this trip. Gain? Noah smiled bitterly. Indeed, but there are not only good things to be gained, but also bad things. Then, do you want to discuss it? Saber said in a methodical manner. Rin has already told me that if you have something important to say, you can just wake her up, but if it's not something urgent, then don't disturb her sleep. Otherwise, she will kill you. Not bad, it's indeed a very Rin Asaka's style of instruction. Noah was speechless, but he still nodded. I do have something to discuss with you. No, it should be said that I need to inform you. It's not a discussion, but a warning. Saber frowned. In other words, you have decided on something, but you don't intend to listen to our opinions. You just want to explain it to us, regardless of whether we agree or not, right? For the time being, you can understand it this way. Noah did not explain further and said this directly. Now, you should rest well. I will explain it when you wake up tomorrow. After that, Noah was about to turn around and leave, but he inadvertently glanced in the direction of Tong Ying. When he saw Tong Ying's appearance, he stopped and was stunned. With an uncertain expression on his face, Noah hesitated for a while, then walked in the direction of Tong Ying. He came to the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand, and lifted the quilt covering Tong Ying a little. After that, he finally saw Tong Ying's appearance. What entered Noah's eyes was a sea of purple. Tong Ying's originally jet black and beautiful hair had all turned purple. Looking at Tong Ying's purple hair, Noah silently put the quilt back on Tong Ying's body. That's probably because of the magic circuit that has always existed in Sakura's body and is connected to my body. Perhaps she was talking to herself, but Saber suddenly began to explain. For a magician, a part of the body is the best magic catalyst. Blood, skin, and hair are like clones of a magician. They can all be used in the research of magic. For a female magician, the importance of hair is self-evident. There are magicians who only need one strand of hair to create a familiar. Therefore, Sakura's hair color will change because it has always existed in Sakura's body and is connected to the magic circuit between Sakura's body and mine. That did not belong to Tong Ying, but to the magic circuit between Saber and the golden scabbard. Now, with Tong Ying as an individual, this magic circuit was like an external, magic circuit, that penetrated Tong Ying's body, causing Tong Ying, the medium, to be more or less affected. In addition, for a female magician, hair is the part that can best reflect themselves, which caused this effect to be directly reflected in Tong Ying's hair. Although, strictly speaking, Maya Tangyura was not a qualified magician. Is it still causing an effect? Smoothing out Tong Ying's completely purple hair, Noah was more certain of his next step. Looks like it's better to get the thing out as soon as possible. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Rin Inaka and Saber walked out of their rooms and into the hall. Noah, who had not slept the entire night, was still sitting on the sofa, as if he did not notice Rin Enban and Saber's arrival. He drank a cup of black tea that he had brewed himself. There was no sign of fatigue on his face. After all, Noah expected that he would not have the chance to sleep last night, so he slept the entire day. Now, he was still quite energetic. I've already applied for leave from school. As soon as he appeared, Rin Inaka threw out this sentence. Today, we have all the time in the world. Chapter 784. About 10 minutes later, Noah, who had explained everything that happened last night, stopped talking, causing the atmosphere in the hall to fall into an indescribable depression. Chili. Rin Enosaka clenched her fists, lowered her head, and gritted her teeth. Her trembling body showed how much she was shaken. So, it's you. It was natural for Rin Enosaka to have such a reaction. After all, Noah didn't hide the fact that Yen Feng Chili killed Rin Enosaka's father. Rin Enosaka had the right to know about this. Compared to Rin Enosaka, Saber's reaction wasn't small either. The tainted Holy Grail. Saber's expression was more complicated than ever. In other words, the Holy Grail can't be used to fulfill wishes this time. Although he was the one being summoned, as a heroic spirit that existed outside the world, even with the help of the Great Holy Grail, he couldn't summon whoever he wanted to as a heroic spirit. First of all, if the summon party didn't want to respond to the summon, then even with the help of the Holy Grail, the magicians wouldn't be able to summon them. Therefore, the heroic spirits that responded to the summoning of the magicians and appeared in this era in the form of servants more or less had their own goals. Among them, most of them naturally wanted to obtain the Holy Grail and use it to fulfill their wishes. Some of them had regrets left behind before they became heroic spirits. Some of them had desires that were purely for themselves. For these regrets and desires, the spirits would respond to the Holy Grail summons and descend as servants. Of course, there were also spirits like Lancer who only responded to the summons because they wanted to have a good fight. Their goal wasn't the Holy Grail. Obviously, the reason why Saber responded to the summons was because of the former. This Night King had a wish that needed the Holy Grail to fulfill. I've already explained the situation to you guys. Noah was considerate enough to not be bothered by Rin and Saber's reactions. Instead, he changed the topic and continued. Now, you have to understand two things. First, the Holy Grail, that exists in Fuyuki City, is no longer a wish-granting machine, but a pure cursed door, a killing machine. Second, the hero king named Gilgamesh is planning on using this corrupted, Holy Grail, to clean up the humans of this era. As for what you should do next, I hope you will consider it carefully. Noah's words brought Rin Inaka and Saber back to their senses. Suppressing their emotions, they turned their attention back to the matter at hand. Noah is right, Rin. Saber calmly said to Rin Inaka after she calmed herself down. Since it's no longer the Holy Grail, then our Holy Grail war is meaningless. What should we do next? What's your plan, Saber? Enosaka didn't answer. I'd like to hear your opinion first. You're right. Saber closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had returned to her previous awe-inspiring and righteous self. Since it's no longer the Holy Grail, then what we can do is to defeat the evil in front of us. Should I say, as expected of the righteous Night King? Even though the contamination of the Holy Grail had greatly affected Saber, the Night King still made the decision to give up on the treasure that she had always wanted. She even proposed to get rid of the source of evil. Indeed, she was quite chivalrous. Since Saber was like this, Rin Enosaka naturally didn't have any hesitation. I don't have any opinions. Rin Enosaka said indifferently. Originally, my goal wasn't the Holy Grail itself, but to win the Holy Grail war. Even if the Holy Grail has been contaminated, my thoughts still haven't changed. To win in the end, this is what I want to do. Rin Enosaka had already learned from Archer that the Holy Grail might be tainted. Therefore, Rin Enosaka had already made this decision when he first learned about it. There was no reason for him to hesitate now. The only problem left is you, Noah. At this time, Rin Enosaka narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Noah. Speaking of which, I've never asked you before. Why did you participate in the Holy Grail War? If we decide to destroy the Holy Grail, what do you plan to do? I didn't participate in the Holy Grail War for the Holy Grail. I just want to find something that can only be found in this Holy Grail War. Even if the Holy Grail is destroyed, I won't have any thoughts about it. Noah avoided the topic without leaving a trace. Compared to me, Ryder, do you also think it's okay to destroy the Holy Grail? As soon as Noah's voice fell, Ryder's figure appeared behind Noah. I don't have any attachment to the Holy Grail either. Ryder's unique voice, which was both gorgeous and steady at the same time, echoed in the surroundings. It would be a lie to say that I don't have any wish to fulfill, but even if it can't be fulfilled, I won't have any regrets. Is that so? Rin Enosaka looked around at everyone and then smiled helplessly. In the end, other than Saber, no one here wants the Holy Grail. There was no doubt that the masters and servants who participated in the Holy Grail War were all here for the Holy Grail. However, there were 2 masters and 1 servant here who didn't have any attachment to the Holy Grail. In addition to Rin Enosaka's servant, the disappeared archer also didn't have any attachment to the Holy Grail. This time, the Holy Grail War really gathered all kinds of strange people. Since no one has any objections, then there is no doubt about the next course of action. Noah concluded with this sentence. Defeat Gilgamesh and destroy the contaminated Holy Grail, no one has any objections, right? Both Saber and Ryder nodded their heads heavily. Only Rin Enosaka looked at Noah with a puzzled expression. Speaking of which, even if the Holy Grail is contaminated, you don't have any reason to continue this ritual since you don't have any attachment to the Holy Grail, right? Why would you take the initiative to destroy the Holy Grail? Speaking up to here, Rin Enosaka showed an expression that was both joking and serious. Don't tell me you really want to save all of humanity. Saber and Ryder also turned their attention to Noah. Although they only knew each other for a few days, everyone here knew that although Noah wasn't an evil person, he wasn't a kind person either. If one were to describe it, it would be that Noah was quite casual. That's right. He was very casual. Sometimes, Noah would help his enemies without hesitation. Sometimes, even if it was someone he had never met before, Noah would kill them. He was very cruel. Sometimes, Noah would act alone. Once he made a decision, no matter how much the people around him said, he wouldn't change his mind. Sometimes, Noah would respect the thoughts of the people around him. He would actively listen to their opinions and act together. Sometimes, he was very gentle. Sometimes, he was very domineering. Sometimes, he was very mysterious. Sometimes, he was very naive. Therefore, no one knew when Noah would overturn the understanding of others and make decisions that others couldn't understand. Rin and Osaka had this question, but he didn't understand. This time, Noah decided to save humanity for some reason. Hearing Rin and Osaka's words, Noah couldn't help but recall. He recalled that in the world of the Black Bullet, when he decided not to save humanity, some of the people showed hope in the world fragment that appeared because of this hope. Noah immediately smiled. His smile caused all the girls to become absent-minded. Then, Noah gave this answer. If there is no good person in the world, then I don't mind letting everyone die. But if there is a good person in the world, then I also don't mind saving him. Chapter 785. Noah's words made Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder look at each other, but they couldn't find any words to refute him. They could only fall into a state of speechlessness. The three girls only confirmed it once again. Noah was very casual. For Noah, the good people he spoke of were definitely people that he liked. In other words, Noah would only save those who he thought were worth saving. For those who weren't worth saving, even if he coldly watched them die, he wouldn't waver. Noah was also very gentle. At the very least, Noah didn't choose not to save those who were dying, but to choose who to save. It had to be said that Noah and Gilgamesh were quite similar. After all, both of them were very casual and overbearing people. The difference was that Noah and Gilgamesh had different values. From Noah's point of view, as long as the person wasn't filthy, then there was value in saving them. From Gilgamesh's point of view, as long as the person wasn't worthless, then there was value in continuing to live. From Noah's point of view, as long as the person was filthy, then there wouldn't be any problems even if they were killed. From Gilgamesh's point of view, as long as the person was worth living, then even if the person was filthy, they would be tolerated. One would save. One would judge. One would judge humans according to their own discretion. One would treat humans the same, even if they were intolerable evildoers. From this point of view, Noah was the one who was truly casual. And Gilgamesh was just being willful. Of course, Gilgamesh was also aware of this. However, from the perspective of the most ancient hero in history, a king had the right to be willful. No matter how cruel, those who were controlled by him should choose to obey. This was the difference between Noah and Gilgamesh. But, what should we do? Rin Enbin acted as if she was embarrassed by Noah's smile. She turned her head and pretended as if nothing had happened as she changed the topic. That Gilgamesh is the oldest king in the human epic, the nouveau riche who owns all the treasures in the world, right? How are we going to beat that guy? This time, Saber and Ryder were silent as well. Gilgamesh. The hero king who possessed all the prototypes of noble artifacts. Facing such a servant, even Saber and Ryder, who were the Night King and Medusa respectively, were at a loss for words. Obviously, these two people did not dare to be sure that they could defeat Gilgamesh. Looks like we have to think of a way to deal with that upstart, Rin Inaka said with a troubled expression. If there's no way to deal with him, then it's impossible to destroy the Holy Grail. Saber and Ryder nodded at the same time, agreeing with Rin Inaka. Right at this moment, Noah suddenly spoke. I can deal with the hero king. The three girls present were completely stunned. Of course, don't celebrate too early. Noah threw out such a sentence before the three girls could react. If I want to defeat that Chinibyu king, I have to retrieve something that belongs to me. However, that might affect Saber. The three girls finally reacted. It will affect me. Saber furrowed her beautiful brows as she recalled what Noah said last night. You said earlier that you needed to tell us about it and not discuss it with me. Is this the matter? Noah nodded silently as he stood up from the sofa and walked out of the living room. Seeing this, Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder looked at each other, and then followed him one by one. Noah opened the door to Mamatsuko Sakura's room and walked in as if the sun had not risen yet. Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder followed closely behind Noah. They saw Noah walk to Mamatsuko Sakura, who was lying on the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. They were all confused. Could it be? Rin Enbin asked with uncertainty. The thing that you said belongs to you is with Xiaoying? Saber also stared at Noah, her eyes blinking with an unprecedented seriousness. Since it was related to Mamatsuko Sakura and her, Saber did not think that it was something insignificant. Saber's sharp intuition told her that she had to be a witness to what happened next. Otherwise, she would definitely regret it. Under the gaze of Rin Enbin, Saber, and Ryder, Noah stroked Tachibana's hair, which had turned purple, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." All of you know what a relic is, right? He asked a question that he already knew the answer to, which made the three girls even more confused. What is a relic? Rin Enbin asked. Isn't a relic the weapon that the hero spirits used when they were alive, or the proof of their great deeds that were mentioned in myths and legends? That's right. The relic of the hero spirits is the weapon that they used when they were alive. Some of them are the relic of the legend. In short, it is the trump card and proof of the hero spirits. It is a miracle that only exists in fantasy. Noah nodded and suddenly asked another question. In that case, let's not talk about the noble phantoms that appeared according to the legends of the heroic spirits. Let's talk about the noble phantoms that the heroic spirits used when they were alive. Where are those noble phantoms now? Where did they go? Rin Enbin looked at Saber and Ryder in confusion. Speaking of which, in your era, where are the treasured artifacts that you all possess now? He brought nothing with him when he was born, and brought nothing with him when he died. Even the hero spirits who lived as heroes couldn't bring their weapons and relic with them when they died as heroes. Now, the relic that the hero spirits had was the same as the hero spirits themselves. It was formed from people's fantasies and beliefs. That was why the relic was a materialized miracle. It was a miracle that only existed in fantasy. Then, where did the noble phantoms that actually existed in the mythological era go? Let me answer this question, Noah said directly. The relic that the hero spirits had was only used when they were alive. It was a legend that was lost in the modern era. Due to various reasons, their relic was destined to be destroyed in the long river of history. For example, the Night King of Great Britain. Noah turned around and looked at Saber. It was said that after the Night King died, she ordered her subordinates to throw the holy sword that the lake sprite gave her back into the lake and returned it to the lake sprite. From then on, the famous holy sword represented the end of the Night King's era. It completely disappeared. Saber's eyes flashed slightly, but she didn't say anything. She remained silent. Similar situations have been mentioned in the lives of almost every heroic spirit. It proves that the heroic spirit's noble phantasm has been lost and disappeared in various ways under various circumstances in their own myths and legends. Since then, the noble phantasm has become a legend that is only possessed by the heroic spirit when they were alive and completely lost after they died. Noah suddenly smiled. But, there are exceptions to everything. Let's use the example of the Night King as an example. According to the legends, the Night King's treasures were not only the holy sword, but also the holy sword scabbard. However, the scabbard was lost by him, Noah said as he looked at Saber. Saber's expression changed slightly. If the relic that the hero's spirits used when they were alive was the manifestation of myths and legends, and it returned to the myths and legends in various ways after they died, becoming a miracle that shouldn't have existed, then what would happen to the scabbard that was suddenly lost instead of returning to the myths and legends? Noah didn't give them time to answer and turned around. The answer will be up to you to witness it yourselves. After saying that, Noah extended one of his hands above Tong Ying, who was lying on the bed. Okay, it's time to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst from Tong Ying's body, illuminating the entire space around her. Chapter 786. Clang. The bright golden light was like a tide, suddenly emerging from the body of Tong Ying, spreading to the surroundings, instantly filling every corner of the room, illuminating the entire space. Rin and Osaka, Saber, and Ryder were all shocked. They subconsciously raised their hands in front of themselves, trying to block the dazzling golden light. However, in the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of the three girls caused them to be shocked. Buzz! With a trembling sound, a beautiful scabbard slowly appeared on Jian Tanjing's body. It floated above Jian Tanjing, who was lying on the bed. It shone with shocking light. The moment she saw the scabbard, Saber's pretty face changed drastically. Even her gem-like eyes could not help but waver. In the end, it turned into disbelief. As for Rin and Osaka and Ryder, they were just purely shocked. They were shocked that there was such a scabbard in Tsushima Sakura's body. Especially Rin and Osaka, who was completely stunned. What is this? Noah did not immediately answer Rin and Osaka's question. Instead, he stretched out his hand and gently touched the surface of the scabbard. As Noah's hand touched it, the gorgeous scabbard flashed with a stream of light, as if it was responding to Noah, becoming brighter and brighter. Finally, Noah held the scabbard named Avalon tightly in his hand, letting it lie in his hand. At this moment, the bright light that lit up the entire space slowed down bit by bit, until a layer of light covered the surface of the scabbard, then it stopped. At first glance, it was as if there was a ray of light lying in Noah's hand, making the scene extremely beautiful. If we say that the noble artifacts of the heroic spirits are miracles that only exist in fantasies, then what you are seeing now is a legend that truly exists in this era. Noah gently touched the surface of Avalon as he slowly spoke. This is an extremely rare treasure that has stubbornly persisted for thousands of years since the mythological era. It has not disappeared in the long river of history and myths. It has been passed down to this era, and it still hasn't disappeared. Hearing Noah's words and seeing the gorgeous scabbard in Noah's hand, the girls were momentarily speechless. Rin and Osaka and Medusa were simply moved, right? They were moved that the mystery that should have disappeared actually appeared in front of them in such a form. Saber, on the other hand, stared at the glowing scabbard with a complicated expression on her face. Could this be the mysterious power in Sakura's body? Rin and Osaka's gaze could not leave the scabbard, but he still asked. The mysterious power that has been protecting Xiaoying is this scabbard, right? The scabbard of the Night King. Ryder glanced at Saber. It was hard to tell how he felt when he said that. Just like the legends say, it is very dazzling. As expected of the Holy Sword's scabbard. Saber's expression became even more complicated. After a while, she took a deep breath and looked at Noah. You already knew that this scabbard was the mysterious power that had always protected Sakura, right? At this point, how could Saber still not understand? At that time, the reason why Noah suddenly found out about her true identity was because he knew about the existence of this scabbard. Saber also finally understood why the mysterious power in her master's body could connect to her magic and provide her with magic. Everything was because the source of the mysterious power was the scabbard that the Night King, Artoria, once owned. But why? Why could the scabbard provide her with magic? The only person who could use this scabbard should be Saber, the owner of the scabbard. After thousands of years, it was impossible for Saber's magic to remain in the scabbard and return it to Saber to maintain her existence. Saber was sure. At this moment, the magic power flowing in Avalon did not belong to him. Although it was just Saber's intuition, Saber still felt it. The scabbard in front of her did not seem to belong to her anymore. Saber's intuition was right. The noble phantasm named Avalon no longer belonged to the Night King. Don't look at me like that. Even I didn't expect this at first. Noah smiled bitterly. My scabbard actually appeared on Sakura and protected her for so long. This is something I didn't expect. Your scabbard? Saber asked almost reflexively. You said that this is your scabbard? That can't be right. Rin Enbin also spoke. This should be Saber's scabbard, right? Rin Enbin already knew about Saber's true form. After all, last night in the battle against Castor, in order to defeat Sasaki Kojiro, Saber released her noble phantasm and released her real name. At that time, Rin Enbin was present. How could he not see it? In this regard, Noah just faintly replied. This is a relic that truly exists in this era, not a fantasy that is only limited to the heroic spirits when they were alive. Since Avalon chose Saber as its master back then, it shouldn't be strange for it to choose me as its master now, right? Master? Rin Enbin was stunned. You mean, this noble phantasm, now, has recognized you as its master? It's a coincidence. Noah said perfunctorily and raised the scabbard in his hand. In short, with the help of Avalon, I am confident that I can deal with the Hero King. There is only one problem left. Noah cast his gaze on Saber. Your magic was provided by Avalon before. Now, Avalon has been taken out of Sakura's body. So, with Sakura as the medium, the magic channel between you and Avalon should be broken, right? After Noah mentioned this, Rin Enbin and Ryder also looked at Saber. Saber looked at Noah in a daze. After her eyes wandered back and forth between Noah and the scabbard in his hands several times, she nodded with a complicated expression. The magic channel between me and Avalon is indeed broken. The magic channel between me and Sakura has not been established. Only the karma line, which is the basis of the master, is still connected to Sakura's body. So, it did not disappear because of the loss of the supply of magic, but now it can't absorb any magic. Hearing Saber's words, Noah and Rin Enbin looked at each other and looked at Saber's ability value. Rank, Saber Master, Tatsuki Sakura. Real name, Altoria Pendragon. Attribute, Order, Good. Ability value, Strength, B. Durability, C. Agility, B. Magic, B. Luck, C. Noble Artifact, C. Previously, Saber's master was not so much Mitsubishi Sakura, but rather Avalon. Now, however, Saber's master had truly become Mitokayama Sakura, and the magic circuit between her and Avalon had been completely cut off. As a result, Tatsuki Sakura, who could only be regarded as an ordinary person, could not provide Saber with enough magic, which greatly reduced Saber's power. Noah was right. Because of the removal of Avalon, Saber was indeed affected. Mana supply. Rin Enosaka seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Saber herself did not care about her condition at all. She only looked at Noah and the scabbard in his hand with a complicated expression. Chapter 787. When Noah decided to take the scabbard out of Tatsuki Sakura's body, the girls already knew. For everyone, Gilgamesh, who was the most difficult to deal with, had already been taken care of by Noah. Although Rin Enosaka and Ryder did not know what kind of power the scabbard had, they could see that the scabbard had protected Tatsuki Sakura from being violated for more than 10 years. The power of the scabbard was indeed something to look forward to. Only Noah and Saber knew that the power of Avalon was definitely stronger than what Rin Enosaka and Ryder had imagined. In the legend of King Arthur, the scabbard played a very important role. As mentioned before, if Artoria's Excalibur represented power itself, then the scabbard named Avalon represented protection itself. Ever since she had obtained Avalon, the Night King named Artoria had obtained immortality. Later on, the reason why Artoria died during the peak of Great Britain's development was largely because she had lost the scabbard. Therefore, compared to the Excalibur, which was known as the most powerful sacred sword in the land, the Avalon, which had another name in fairyland, was undoubtedly more important. Artoria's sword, Excalibur, was an A++ grade weapon. If the power of the holy sword was truly released, it would double in an instant. The power of Excalibur would be stronger than most of the X-level relics that had reached the exception level. On the other hand, Avalon's level was truly X. It did not need to double the power of the scabbard, nor did it need any external enhancement. The scabbard named Avalon's level had already reached X level. Noah believed that as long as he had Avalon, even Gilgamesh, who had all the prototypes of the relics, would not be able to break through the defense of the scabbard. Therefore, Noah chose to retrieve Avalon. Then, the only problem left was how to stop Gilgamesh's ambition. Gilgamesh had said that he would first look for the only remaining servant besides Saber and Rider Berserker. If Gilgamesh could absorb Berserker's soul into the Little Holy Grail, then this Holy Grail would be able to barely open the hole that leads to the origin and release the billions of curses. Knowing this, there was only one thing left that everyone needed to do. The castle of Urzbalin. He definitely had to make a trip to this place. Whoosh! Along with the sharp sound of breaking through the air, a pure white comet flashed over the entire Fuyuki city, heading straight in the direction of a forest. Because it was during the day, and the comet's speed was too fast, not many people noticed this phenomenon. Naturally, no one was able to discover that the body of the pure white comet was a pure and holy Pegasus. That was Ryder's Pegasus. Ryder, who was riding the Pegasus, was heading towards the forest where the castle of Urzbalin was located. On the back of the Pegasus, in addition to Ryder, there was also Noah. As for Rindosaka and Saber, because the space on the Pegasus' back was limited, they could not carry too many people, so they could only choose to travel by land. They would be slower than Noah and Ryder, but they were still on the way to the castle of Urzbalin. Now, everyone only hoped that Gilgamesh did not have time to kill Berserker. No one doubted that Gilgamesh could not kill Berserker. For everyone, Berserker, who was extremely difficult to deal with, fell into Gilgamesh's hands. He was not an existence that could not be defeated. The 12 trials, God's hand, had 3 functions. 1. Nullify any attack below B level. 2. Increase the resistance of attacks that have been received once until it was nullified. 3. Provide Hercules with 11 resurrection chances in the form of inventory, allowing Hercules to have 12 lives. To others, this relic was simply a nightmare. However, for Gilgamesh, who had all the prototypes of the noble phantoms, this noble phantasm could only buy him some time. After all, in Gilgamesh's treasure vault, there were many noble phantoms above B level. Even if it was no longer effective after the first attack, Gilgamesh could continue to take out new high-level relics and continue to vent his anger. It was not difficult for him to wear out Hercules' 11 resurrection chances. In the end, Hercules' fate was to die under the reign of noble phantoms. Therefore, the compatibility between the two demigods was too bad. If they did not hurry, things would go in a troublesome direction. However, in the end, Noah was still one step slower. Bang! When Noah and Ryder rode on the Pegasus and arrived at the forest where they fought with Berserker some time ago, a loud and heavy sound came from the depths of the forest. It was clear and loud, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Countless birds were startled and fled in all directions. Master! Ryder's dignified voice came into Noah's ears. Tisk! Noah's face had already sunk, and he could not help but smack his lips. Let's go. Ryder silently carried out the order and rode on the Pegasus, rushing towards the direction of the loud sound that came from the depths of the forest. Not long after, a magnificent castle finally appeared in front of Noah and Ryder. Bang! However, in the magnificent castle, a loud sound came again, causing a corner of the castle to directly explode. The walls were cleanly destroyed, and thick smoke surged out from it, filling the surroundings with a sense of tension. This time, Rider did not ask for Noah's instructions. He squeezed the Pegasus back, and in the long neigh of the Pegasus, he suddenly swooped down, like a meteorite falling from the sky, and hit the castle directly. Dong! Accompanied by a roar, the Pegasus turned into a white meteorite and directly hit the castle, directly bursting the wall, causing more dense smoke and gravel to scatter in all directions like bullets. Along with Noah and Ryder, it rushed into the interior of the castle. Then, whether it was Noah or Ryder, they both saw it. In the center of the castle, in a very luxurious hall, Gilgamesh leisurely put his hands in his pockets, and the space around him was full of golden ripples. From the ripples, all kinds of weapons shot out, piercing through the air, and covering the scene in front of him. In front of the overwhelming rain of treasures, Berserker, who was holding a ferocious axe and sword, had his sweaty body pierced through by many luxurious treasures. This great hero was riddled with holes, and blood was everywhere. As for Ilya, at this moment, this little girl was being protected by Berserker. Her beautiful face, which usually had the innocence of an angel and the cruelty of a demon, was filled with nervousness and timidity. Then, the arrival of Noah and Ryder naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. "You're here, kid." Gilgamesh just tilted his head slightly and glanced in the direction of Noah, and a sadistic expression emerged on his face. "Unfortunately, you're too late." After saying that, Gilgamesh raised his hand, and a spear directly shot out from a golden ripple in the space around him, landing directly on Berserker's chest. Poochie! With the sound of flesh being torn apart, the luxurious spear pierced through Berserker's heart, and the ferocious expression on the giant's face froze on the spot. "Aw! Ha 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 ha!" Ilya's scream and Gilgamesh's loud laughter resounded in the entire space. Chapter 788. Bang! Berserker's body was like an iron tower. His body was pierced through by various noble artifacts. With a loud bang, he knelt on the ground with his head lowered. Chi! On Berserker's body, his muscles that were as red as burning iron slowly extinguished, and the crimson color gradually dimmed. Seeing this scene, how could Noah not know what happened? The 11 lives stored in Berserker's noble artifact had all been exhausted. No. Coupled with the attack of the luxurious spear that pierced through Berserker's heart, Berserker's last life was coming to an end. In the beginning, Noah, Rin and Osaka, Ryder, and Archer spent a lot of effort to defeat a difficult opponent. At this time, in the hands of the hero king named Gilgamesh, he couldn't even cause a trace of damage to the opponent and ushered in the fate of being eliminated. Just as Noah expected at the beginning, Hercules couldn't win against Gilgamesh, who had all his noble artifacts. Gilgamesh was right. Although Noah desperately rushed over, he was still one step too late. No. Ilya, who had been protected by Berserker, looked at Berserker kneeling in front of her like a helpless child and shook her head in disbelief. No, it shouldn't be like this. Berserker is the strongest, he definitely won't lose to such a guy. While speaking, Ilya, as if to prove that everything in front of her was fake, couldn't help but walk towards Berserker. She also stretched out a hand, intending to touch Berserker. In this way, the soul of the fifth servant is also in my hands. In this regard, Gilgamesh smiled indifferently. Soon, as if he remembered something, he narrowed his wine-red eyes and looked at Ilya next to Berserker. I almost forgot. When there are two, little Holy Grail, the soul of the servant that disappears will be absorbed by the one that is closer to the servant. The puppet on the other side won't allow you to touch the item that I obtained with great difficulty. With such a sentence, Gilgamesh raised his hand again, and a sword-shaped noble artifact immediately emerged from a ripple beside him. Like a bullet, it shot in Ilya's direction. With Ilya's reaction, it was naturally impossible for her to realize what kind of situation she was in. Roar! Just as Ilya was about to lose her life under Gilgamesh's noble artifact, Berserker seemed to have gained terminal lucidity. He suddenly raised his head and roared. He turned around and blocked in front of Ilya, who did not have time to react. Poochie! The sharp long sword directly penetrated Berserker's broad back and once again penetrated Berserker. Roar! However, Berserker didn't care about his situation at all. Ignoring the noble artifacts that entered his body, he let out a final roar, picked up Ilya, and threw the unprepared Ilya away. That direction happened to be the direction of Noah and Ryder, who were riding on the Pegasus. Looking at the petite Ilya being thrown over and half kneeling behind Ryder, Noah, who was on the Pegasus' back, stood up almost subconsciously, stretched out his hand, and took Ilya into his arms. It wasn't until this moment that Noah realized what had happened. Berserker, who should have lost his mind and entered a berserk state without any room to think, actually protected Ilya at the last moment and even entrusted Ilya to Noah. Noah couldn't help but cast his gaze on Berserker on the ground and met Berserker's eyes. In those eyes, there was no longer the ruthlessness and madness from when they first met. Instead, there was only the vicissitudes of life that had been tempered through numerous tests. Although Berserker didn't speak, Noah read a message from those vicissitudes of life in his eyes. "I'll leave this child to you." Roar! In the next moment, Berserker's roar once again resounded throughout the entire space. His battered body was like a chariot as he charged madly in Gilgamesh's direction. Gilgamesh's expression suddenly changed as he collided with Berserker. Unfortunately, Berserker's final struggle didn't succeed in the end. Wang! Golden ripples suddenly appeared around Berserker's body. Then, with a sudden tremor, a chain that was flowing with gold and silver light extended from the ripples. The chain had a wedge at the front. It wandered in the air for a while before quickly wrapping around Berserker's body. Immediately after, the chain tightened and firmly bound the giant who was charging over. Roar! Berserker kept struggling, but the more he struggled, the tighter the chains around his body became. In the end, Berserker, who had an A+ strength value, was completely unable to break free from the chains on his body. The higher the divinity of the target, the harder the noble phantasm will be. This is one of the rare noble phantasms, Heavenlock, Enkidu. For someone like you who has high divinity, this noble phantasm is your natural enemy. So, don't waste your energy, great hero. Less than a meter away from Berserker, who was constantly struggling, Gilgamesh raised his head slightly and looked at Berserker's resolute face. He seemed to be admiring and mocking him. In order to protect your master, you even managed to overcome the madness that was bestowed upon you because of your rank? No wonder you're a hero who could overcome 12 impossible tasks. After saying that, Gilgamesh turned around. Unfortunately, it's over. Hercules, although the time was short, you really made me happy. When this sentence fell from Gilgamesh's mouth, a ripple flashed in front of Berserker's face. Like a spring, a huge spear suddenly popped out and landed on Berserker's face. Bang! Without any suspense, Berserker's head exploded, splashing blood and minced meat. Berserker's struggling body suddenly stopped, and his huge arms slowly drooped down. Immediately after, Berserker's body slowly dissipated into the air, disappearing from the spot. Berserker, exit. Berserker. Ilya, who was lying in Noah's arms, just happened to see this scene and let out a sorrowful cry. Apart from Ilya's sorrowful cry, the entire place was silent, and no other sound could be heard. Only Gilgamesh, as if he had done something insignificant, turned his head and looked at Noah, who was riding on the Pegasus and hugging the sorrowful Ilya, and revealed an evil smile. The last chess piece has been gathered, and the game has finally entered the final stage. Boy, what do you think? Hearing that, Noah tightly hugged the crying Ilya in his arms and closed his eyes. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh with a calm gaze. Then, Noah's voice echoed in the surroundings. If this is just a game to you, then it's time for us to enter the final stage. It's better to end this boring game as soon as possible. Under Noah's strangely calm gaze and words, Gilgamesh's body stiffened, and a feeling of palpitations suddenly emerged in his heart. This made the smile on Gilgamesh's face disappear bit by bit. Then try to stop me and see what happens. Boy! Leaving this sentence, Gilgamesh turned around, jumped up to the big hole at the top, and disappeared into the castle. Watching Gilgamesh leave, Noah didn't chase after him. Because there was no need to chase after him. The curtain of the end would be pulled down tonight. Noah had this premonition. Chapter 789. An indescribable silence filled the living room of Inaka's house. Rin Inaka and Ilya sat in two different seats and glared at each other as if they were going to start a fight at any moment. The atmosphere was indescribable and somewhat comical. Noah, who was leaning against the wall, couldn't help but sigh at this scene. "Say, you've been like this for 10 minutes. You should stop now, right?" As soon as he said that, Rin Enosaka glared at Noah fiercely. "I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you're blaming me." "Settle the score?" Noah looked around and shrugged. "What do I owe you?" "What do you owe me?" "You're asking me what I owe you. I want to ask you the same thing." Rin Inaka pointed at Ilya and shouted at Noah. "Why did you bring Ilya to my house?" It wasn't strange for Rin Inaka to have such a reaction. First of all, the Inaka family was Rin Inaka's workshop to begin with. It wasn't a joking matter to be invaded by a magician who viewed him as an enemy. Secondly, Ilya was also Rin Inaka's enemy. That was why she encouraged Noah to cooperate with Rin Inaka. Now that Noah suddenly brought Ilya to the Inaka family, Rin Inaka didn't lose his temper on the spot and endured until now. This was already very impressive. Facing such an aggressive Rin Enosaka, Ilya was in a very bad mood and counterattacked. "Don't make such a big fuss over such a trivial matter. You're not a child, Rin. Whether you're a qualified magician or a well-mannered lady, your current performance will only make me look at the house of Inaka in a new light." Rin Enosaka glared at Ilya furiously. Ilya glared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. The scene returned to how it was at the start. Because Saber was taking care of Mitsuharu Sakura in the room and Ryder was guarding outside in her spirit form, apart from Rin Inaka and Ilya, there was only Noah in the room. Noah's patience was reaching its limit as he endured the confrontation between the two little devils who didn't like each other. "If you want to continue the game of staring and dying, then I'm leaving." After saying that, Noah really did turn around and looked like he was about to leave, which surprised both Rin Osaka and Ilya. "Wait." Rin Inaka hugged Noah's arm. "You still haven't explained the situation to me." "If Big Brother is leaving, then I'm leaving too." Ilya hugged Noah's leg and said with a unique sweet voice. "Compared to being with Rin, it's more interesting to be with Big Brother." Big Brother must be thinking the same, right? "Who wants to be with you?" Rin Enosaka subconsciously hugged Noah's arm and retorted, not to be outdone. "Also, compared to being with a bad kid like you, Noah will think it's more interesting to be with me." What did you say?" Ilya's pretty face finally showed some anger. "Of course not. Compared to being with an unmannered woman like Rin. Big Brother will think it's more interesting to be with me." "Huh? What's so interesting about being with a child who hasn't fully developed yet?" "Of course, it's more interesting to be with me, right?" If you want to teach Ilya a lesson like this, you might as well wait a few more years before coming back. Undoubtedly, your development isn't any better." "What did you say?" "It's coming," the unmannered baboon is shouting again. "Look, Big Brother, it's better to abandon this kind of woman, right?" "You damn kid. You fake woman. Damn kid. Fake woman." Separated by Noah, Rin Inaka, and Ilya suddenly entered a state of quarrel. Noah, whose arm was tightly hugged by Rin Inaka, and whose leg was tightly hugged by Ilya, had a headache. On the other hand, she was like an elegant young lady in front of outsiders, but was like a little devil at home. On the other side was a pure angel in the eyes of others, but a cruel devil in the eyes of insiders. They were both heirs of one of the 3 U houses. Was the compatibility between Rin Inaka and Ilya so bad? No, these two young ladies were just trying to show off their strength, right? After all, when they first met, the reason why Ilya appeared and killed Noah's group was entirely because Rin and Osaka dropped the ball and foolishly forgot that the forest was the Ahrensburg family's territory and brought Noah there. As Ilya had always been the one who took the initiative to attack, she was reduced to the point where she had to be taken in by the person she let off once. This fact made Ilya feel somewhat awkward and stubborn. In other words, these two young ladies were trying to cover up their loss of composure in front of each other. How should he put it? In Noah's opinion, these two young ladies were extremely childish. Anyway, Noah almost fainted from the quarrel. Clang! At the next moment, a series of knocks sounded in unison. Ah! It hurts! Rin Anaka and Ilya hugged their heads at the same time and squatted down with tears welling up in the corners of their eyes. You! What are you doing? You hit my head? Big brother is a bad guy. Noah silently retracted his hand from the two girls' heads and sighed. Look at the situation now and you still have the mood to quarrel. I really have to hand it to you. We're just quarreling and didn't fight. You should be glad. Rin Anaka was unconvinced. We're magicians. Since we've met, there's nothing strange about killing each other at any time. What's the big deal about quarreling? I don't want to quarrel with Rin. Ilya threw a tantrum. It's Rin who kept yelling. I couldn't stand it. Seeing that the two young ladies were about to quarrel again, Noah held his head as if he couldn't take it anymore. I'm an idiot for being so serious with you. No matter what, this is my home. Rin Anaka rubbed his head that was hit by Noah and pulled a long face. It's fine if it's Sakura, but Ilya's field is the head of the Ahrensburg family. I can't tolerate her walking around in my house. Era, is the leader of this generation of the Tozaka family so petty? Ilya said as if nothing had happened. No matter what kind of person they are, since they've come to visit as guests, then as the host, I should generously entertain them. That's what a mature adult should do. Ling, you look older than me, but don't tell me that you don't even know something of this level. Rin Anaka's mouth twitched and his eyes almost spat out flames as he glared at Ilya. Facing Rin Anaka's gnashing of teeth, Ilya turned around and hugged Noah's leg tightly. Her childish appearance disappeared and was replaced by the willfulness of a child. No matter what Rin says, I won't leave Big Brother's side. If you want to chase Ilya away, then let Big Brother leave with Ilya. Although her words sounded willful, only Noah could hear a trace of timidity and attachment in them. Ilya said resolutely, Berserker is no longer around. Berserker is no longer here. Only Big Brother will protect Ilya. Ilya, you must never leave Big Brother's side. Hearing this, even Rin Anaka didn't know what to say. Noah was even more silent. It was apparent that Berserker's disappearance had a bigger impact on Ilya than Noah imagined. Now that the person she relied on was gone, Ilya clutched Noah tightly in her hands as if she was grabbing onto her last life-saving straw. It seems that I need to find some time to talk to Ilya. As this thought flashed in Noah's mind, footsteps sounded from outside the Inaka family's living room. Saber walked in from the outside and said that as soon as she appeared. Sakura is awake. Chapter 790. Come, Sakura. In Tosakura's room, Saber held a glass of water and handed it to Sakura, who sat up from the bed. Drink it down. Thank you, Saber. Tosakura smiled shyly and took the glass of water from Saber's hand. She took a small sip, but her eyes kept wandering, looking very unnatural. It couldn't be helped. Beside Tosakura, Ilya was looking at Tosakura with an undisguised gaze, as if she wanted to see through Tosakura. That was why Tosakura's behavior was so unnatural. Noticing this scene, Saber cast a serious gaze on Ilya. Ilyasvar, what are you doing? It's nothing. Ilya replied half-heartedly. She was still sizing up Jian Tanjing. After a while, she closed her eyes as if she was disappointed or had given up. It seems that Saber's master in this Holy Grail war was not a qualified magician. Although he could feel the existence of the magic circuit, he didn't even activate it. His magic power was pitifully weak. Now, I'm afraid he can't even provide magic power to Saber, right? Just by observing for a while, Ilya was able to see through Matsumoto Sakura to this extent. It had to be said that this did surprise everyone more or less. However, if you think about it carefully, this didn't seem to be a strange thing. Although she looked very young and immature, no matter what, she was still someone who represented the Einstein's Balin family in the Holy Grail War. In the Holy Grail War ceremony established by the Yusen family, the Enosaka family was only responsible for providing the land, the Tosakura family was responsible for the command spell, and the Arisbalan family was responsible for the entire Holy Grail War ceremony system. The reason why this ceremony was established was entirely because of Arisbalan. Therefore, in the Holy Grail War aspect, Arisbalan's authority was greater than anyone else. To be able to represent such a magic family, Ilya's ability as a magician could be imagined. At least, in Noah's opinion, in terms of magician attainments, Ilya was definitely above Rin Enosaka. Therefore, it was not strange that he could see through Tong Ying's condition at a glance. Precisely because it couldn't be any more correct, Tong Ying immediately lowered her head guiltily. Upon seeing this, not to mention Rin Inaka and Saber, even Noah frowned. But, the quantity and quality of the magic circuit in your body are excellent. In terms of a magician's embryo, it should be impeccable, right? Ilya, who saw Noah frowning, immediately changed the topic. If you work hard, you might be able to become an even better magician than Ling. Keep it up, Sakura, I have high hopes for you. Thank you. Tanjing, who was stunned by Ilya's sudden change in topic, could only subconsciously thank her. Noah laughed and shook his head. He walked forward and came to the bedside. He looked at Tong Ying and asked softly. How do you feel? How do you feel? Tong Ying tilted her head and looked confused. I don't feel anything special. Really? Noah said cautiously. Because of my scabbard, you have been affected a lot. First, you fainted, and then even your hair color changed. If you feel anything wrong, it's better to tell us. No, really. Tong Ying quickly shook her head, then looked directly at Noah, a pair of eyes fluctuating like ripples of light. And, this little effect is nothing compared to the protection you gave me. At this point, a look of apology and gratitude appeared on Tong Ying's pretty face. Actually, I have always wanted to thank you. Thank you for protecting me for so long. Hearing Tong Ying's words, Noah smiled bitterly. The reason why the scabbard is on you and protected you for so long is purely a coincidence. So, if you want to thank me, it's completely unnecessary. Even so, I was saved because of your strength. Tong Ying showed a rare stubborn side and said eagerly. If it wasn't for your strength, I would be. Tong Ying didn't say the rest of the words, but lowered her head with a gloomy face, as if touching the memories of more than 10 years of continuous mental torture by Tong Ying's scabbard. Sakura. Rin Enosaka had a complicated expression, and he was also speechless. After all, in the end, it was Rin Enosaka's father, who was also Tong Ying's biological father, who made Tong Ying bear such a past. Since you said so, then I can only accept your thanks. Noah smiled helplessly, reached out, and touched Tong Ying's head. What do you plan to do next? Me? Tong Ying was a little confused. Tong Ying's behavior made even Ilya and Saber pity her. In the past 10 years, she had been persecuted by Tong Ying's scabbard. Now that she had finally escaped from the tiger's mouth, she was homeless and her future was bleak. In any case, Tong Ying's experience made people feel angry. Well, Rin Enosaka pretended to be indifferent. Anyway, as long as there's a suitable rent, I don't mind letting Sakura continue to live here. Huh? Tong Ying was startled, and then she became uneasy. Won't this cause trouble for Tenosaka-senpai? I don't think so. Rin and Osaka turned his head away. If Sakura doesn't think it's good to live here, then it's another matter. No, that won't happen. Tongying shook her head like a rattle drum. It's good to live here, really. Then it's decided. Rin Anaka seemed to want to settle this matter and not give Tosaka a chance to change her mind, so she changed the topic. Then, the only problem left is to end that upstart's prank and this abnormal ritual. As soon as the topic was brought up, the atmosphere changed. Then, I'll tell you one thing first. At this moment, Ilya suddenly spoke. The little holy grail, prepared by the Einsteins, is me. That one sentence made everyone present stand up in shock. You? Noah couldn't help but look at Ilya. You're the little holy grail. To be precise, it should be the cyborg used to contain the little holy grail. Ilya said as if she wasn't talking about her own business. Einstein Baron is best at alchemy magic. Didn't that Tong Zhongyan also make his grandson into a fake little holy grail? It's not strange that Einstein's, who has always been responsible for preparing the little holy grail, used alchemy to create the same little holy grail, right? Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but remember what Ilya said when they met on the street last time. At that time, Ilya said that for Einstein's, she was just a work and a holy grail. So, the meaning of that sentence is this truth? It can be imagined that for those magicians, a life created by magic is just like a familiar, not worth mentioning, right? In addition, Ilya's identity as the little holy grail strengthened the impression of a tool in the hearts of others. That's why Ilya cared so much about her servants. Because only Hercules would protect Ilya from the bottom of his heart. The others only gave her special treatment because of her special status. No. It's very likely that Ilya's special identity brought her a lot of nightmarish pasts. In this way, Ilya's dependence on Hercules could be explained clearly, and her dependence on Noah was the same. Of course, I don't have any servant's soul in my body right now. The function of the little holy grail has been completely taken away by that impostor. Ilya sighed, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. That fake has already taken in the souls of 5 servants. It's barely enough to open the Holy Grail and open the whole of the Holy Grail. If you want to stop it, you'd better hurry. After saying this, Ilya did not say anything else. Noah, Rin and Osaka, Sakura Nakamura, and Saber glanced at each other and fell into silence. Time was running out. Chapter 791. It had to be said that Gilgamesh was indeed like a heavy mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart, making everyone present fall into an indescribable silence, unable to speak. Only Noah did not have the slightest confusion in his heart. He looked in the direction of Ilya and asked. Hey, Ilya, if Gilgamesh wants to open the Holy Grail, where will he make the Holy Grail descend? If you want the Holy Grail to descend, in addition to having enough servant souls, it also needs to be in a relatively special spiritual land. Ilya answered without any hesitation. In Fuyuki City, there are only 3 spiritual lands that can satisfy the Holy Grail's descent. As the Fuyuki City's ley line manager, Enbun Family's Church, and Yuzang Mountain's Ludong Temple. Rin Enbun continued Ilya's words. And now, we are in Enbun Family's Church, and Ryder destroyed the church that Kiri was in charge of. The only thing left is Ludong Temple. In other words, Gilgamesh is probably at Ludong Temple now, right? Noah closed his eyes and nodded. I understand, let's end it tonight. Noah's words, without a trace of confusion, seemed to have dispelled the gloominess in the hearts of the group of girls, causing them to more or less pull themselves together. Have you thought about it? The opponent is the Hero King. Saber solemnly said to Noah. Even if you have Avalon can at most protect your safety. That scabbard has no offensive capabilities and can't help you defeat Gilgamesh directly. Indeed. Even if Noah had Avalon, no one present felt that Noah could easily defeat Gilgamesh. The opponent was an existence that even the highest level of heroic spirit felt inferior to. Even if he had Avalon to protect himself, it was only for self-protection. If he wanted to rely on this to defeat Gilgamesh, he was too naive. In this regard, before Noah had time to say anything, Ryder, who was quietly waiting on the side, said so with a steady and firm voice. I won't let Gilgamesh hurt Master. Hearing this, everyone was startled at first, and then their expressions eased one by one. That's right. Rin Enbin seemed to be cheering them up as she smiled sweetly. No matter how strong the opponent is, he is only one person. We have so many people on our side, and Noah, Saber, and Ryder, there must be a way. However, just as this sentence was said, Ilya directly poured a bucket of cold water. With Brother and Ryder's abilities, it is indeed possible for them to fight the Hero King, but as for Saber, what can she do in her present state? The spirit that had just been stirred up immediately withered like a frosted eggplant. Ilya's fair. Saber looked at Ilya with a sharp gaze. Are you doubting my ability? I'm just telling the truth. Ilya showed an innocent and cute smile, but the words that came out of her mouth were merciless. The current Saber is too weak. She can't even guarantee the supply of magic power. I don't think she can defeat the arrogant Hero King like this. Saber seemed to want to refute, but she could not find the words to refute. After all, just like what Ilya said, Saber's ability points had dropped by several levels, and she could not even draw magic power from Master. Her condition was indeed not good. To put it bluntly, if Saber were to fight now, although she would not be a burden, she would not be of much help. Without the supply of magic power, Saber could only use the remaining magic power in her body. She could not even use the holy sword. In fact, the value displayed on Saber's ability points noble artifact column had indeed changed from the initial A++ to C rank. Therefore, with Saber's current state, it might not be a problem to use wind barrier, invisible air, but if she were to use Excalibur, it was estimated that after using it, Saber would immediately disappear due to lack of magic power, right? Tong Ying was also aware of this and could not help but ask Ilya. Is there no other way? Way? Ilya blinked her eyes. It's not that there's no other way. As long as you use the last command spell, cut off the contract with Saber, and let Saber contract with Ling, then with Ling's ability, Saber's strength will definitely increase to match her strength. Hearing this, Tong Ying tightened her hand that was engraved with the last command spell. When she gave the right to use Saber to Shinji Tong, Tong Ying had already used a command spell to let Shinji Tong obtain the Book of False Vassal to use Saber. And when she was in danger, the scabbard in Tong Ying's body activated the command spell and used one of the command spells to summon Saber to Tong Ying's side. As a result, only the command incantation was left for Jian Tong Ying. If she used this command spell, Tong Ying could cut off the contract with Saber and let Saber, who had no master, contract with Rin Enbin and become Rin Enbin's servant. It was just as Ilya had said. With Rin Enbin's ability, once he contracted with Saber, even if Saber's strength could not recover to the level when the scabbard provided magic power, it would definitely not be too far off. Understanding this, when Tong Ying was about to say something, Saber spoke first. Sakura, when I was summoned by you, I swore that this body would become your sword. Do you want me to break my oath? Tong Ying was speechless. Indeed, this method can allow me to recover a lot of strength, but I still want to oppose it. Saber looked at Ilya. So, Ilyasville, please provide another method. Era, how capricious, Ilya said indifferently. If that's the case, then we can only separate the two functions of the master and the supply of magic power. While ensuring Tong Ying's identity as the master, someone else will provide magic power to Saber. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Separate the function of the master and the supply of magic power? Noah was puzzled. Can this kind of thing be done? No matter what, the Holy Grail War is just a magic ritual. If we modify the system of the Holy Grail War, it's not impossible to do something similar, Ilya said. In the previous Holy Grail War, there was a magician who used his own ability to modify the summoning system of the Holy Grail. While he obtained the command spell, he also transferred the function of supplying magic power to his companions. This way, he could retain enough magic power to deal with other participants. I'm the master of the House of Einsbaron, and Einsbaron is the creator of the Holy Grail War system. With my ability, it's not difficult to do the same thing. Ilya's confident words made everyone present realize how outstanding this young girl's ability as a magician was. If that's the case, then let me provide magic power to Saber. Rin Enbin stepped forward and smiled at Saber. No matter what, Saber and I have formed a common front. We can be considered as the master in name. If we don't make a contribution, we can't pass. Rin. Saber suddenly smiled. Only Tong Ying said hesitantly. Is this okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Rin Enbin said resolutely. After all, I also need to witness the end of the Holy Grail. Now, Tong Ying couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Ilya smiled. Then it's decided. You will become Saber's master together. Chapter 792. Since Ilya had already decided on the plan and planned to let Rin Asaka and Tame Sakura contract with Saber, then there was nothing else for Noah to do. In order not to disturb the four girls, Noah brought Ryder out of the room obediently. After gently closing the door, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Undoubtedly, when they first met, they almost got into a fight. Now, she's so eager to help. That child really does whatever she wants, Ilya is indeed enjoying it. Ryder also said with a smile. Choosing to help Saber should also be out of a whim, right? Perhaps, for Ilya, this process is equivalent to playing and not helping. Noah turned around and walked in the direction of the hall while saying. After all, that child is such a person. She has the pure side of an angel and the cruel side of a demon. Ryder followed closely behind Noah and expressed her feelings. Is it because of this that Master chose to protect Ilya's fair? Noah said that as long as there was a good person in this world, he wouldn't mind saving them. Then, even if Ilya had a cruel side, as long as she had a kind side, Noah wouldn't mind saving her, right? Otherwise, Noah wouldn't need to accept Ilya and bring her here. This was already considered as providing protection for Ilya in disguise. That was why Ryder said such words. In this regard, Noah shook his head. Not necessarily. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have something hateful. If there are too many hateful aspects, then even if there is a pitiful part, it still can't be forgiven. I won't blindly save a person just because they have a pitiful and kind side. In general, I still have to judge and see if there is value in saving them. Is that so? Ryder nodded and seemed to agree with Noah's words. Fate is cruel, but you can't forgive all the sins of a person just because it is cruel to them. Sins are still sins in the end. Ryder's words made Noah's footsteps stop imperceptibly. The famous banshee in Greek mythology, Medusa. This was Ryder's true identity. However, in the myths, Medusa was not a banshee in the beginning. She was a goddess who degenerated into a monster because of Athena's curse. Medusa, who had degenerated into a monster, was driven to an island called the Invisible Island. Together with her two sisters, they were known as the Three Gorgon Sisters. No matter what era it was, there was never a lack of so-called heroes who wanted to defeat monsters and become famous. An endless stream of humans continued to head to the formless island to challenge the banshees living there. However, Medusa, who had fallen into a monster, was even more powerful than when she was a goddess. In the end, the humans' foolish challenge only led to the destruction of their illusions. One after another, they were devoured by the monster known as Medusa in despair, becoming a part of this monster. Yes. Medusa was not a monster in the first place, but inexplicably became a monster because of someone else's curse. Medusa was not a perpetrator in the first place, but a victim. However, due to the blind challenges from humans, she killed all the humans who came to challenge her in order to protect herself. Later on, the part of her that was a monster gradually destroyed her humanity, turning her into a monster through and through. She became a true perpetrator. There was no doubt that fate was absolutely cruel to this once beautiful goddess. However, Medusa, who had fallen into a monster, had killed countless people. This was an unavoidable sin. In Noah's view, those who kill will be killed. Since it was not Medusa who had barged out of the island to kill, but someone who had overestimated themselves and challenged Medusa in an attempt to make a name for themselves by defeating Medusa, and was killed by Medusa in order to protect herself, they had no right to complain at all. Although Medusa's humanity was gradually annihilated because of the continuous killing, and she became a monster that only knew how to kill, the one left on the formless island at that time was the monster named Gorgon, not Medusa. What's more, even if she had become a real monster, this monster had never left the formless island. She had always stayed on the island and killed the foolish humans who challenged her in the future. In this way, who could say that Medusa was absolutely unforgivable? At least, in Noah's view, such a Medusa was not to the point that he did not want to save her. But it was obvious that Medusa did not think so. Speaking of which, I've always forgotten to ask you. Noah asked such a question very abruptly. Writer, why did you respond to my summons and participate in the Holy Grail War? The heroic spirits must have their own reasons for responding to the summons of the person chosen as the master by the Great Holy Grail. Then, of course, Ryder also had her own reasons. Otherwise, even if Noah had the Gorgon stone as a catalyst, as Medusa, Ryder could have refused to respond and let the other heroic spirits who had a deep relationship with the snake obey the summons. Noah wanted to hear the reason why Ryder responded to her summons. This time, it was Ryder's turn to pause imperceptibly. Noah stopped in his tracks and turned around to face Ryder. He stared at Ryder's eyes, which were covered by the blindfold. It was as though he wanted to see through Ryder's heart. He stared at Ryder without blinking. After a while, Ryder spoke softly in an inexplicable tone. If there is any reason for me to respond to the summons, it must be to be able to truly protect the people around me for once, right? Noah opened his mouth, wanting to ask for the reason, but he was a little worried about whether this would touch the wound in Ryder's heart. The world calls me and my two sisters the Gorgon sisters, and treats us three sisters as monsters. Ryder did not wait for Noah to speak, and suddenly began to speak. But, in fact, the only one who was truly cursed and degenerated into a monster was me. My two sisters were still perfect goddesses, and the reason why they came to the invisible island was entirely because of me. But, for humans, a true goddess would never be with a murderous monster, only a monster would be with a monster. So, gradually, my two sisters who accompanied me were called monsters, and together with me, they were called Gorgon's monsters. They had always been challenged by humans who thought of themselves as heroes. Ryder's voice began to sound distant, as if she was lost in her memories. As goddesses, my two sisters had the ability to live forever, but they did not have the power to fight. Only I, who had degenerated into a monster, could not live forever, but I had the combat power that my sisters did not have. In order to protect my two powerless sisters, I kept killing the heroes who attacked me, and gradually became a murderer. In the end, because of excessive killing, my humanity was annihilated, and I went completely crazy. Ryder looked at Noah and enunciated each and every word clearly. In the end, I killed the sisters who I had originally decided to protect. Noah's expression suddenly became complicated. Please don't misunderstand, I don't feel any pain because of this. Ryder smiled at Noah. Just like me, who was destined to be cursed and degenerate into a monster, in the myths, my two sisters, who were goddesses, were also destined to be violated by men. The two sisters followed me to live on the invisible island so that they would not lose their purity. Rather than suffer the pain of losing their purity in the future as goddesses, the two sisters would rather choose to destroy themselves. So, in the end, the two sisters chose to die in my hands to protect their purity. Ryder said in a voice without confusion. I don't feel any pain about killing my sisters, but, if possible, I also hope that I can protect them until the end, instead of fulfilling their wishes in such a way. So, Master, please rest assured. Ryder looked at Noah. I won't let you get hurt. Is that so? Noah closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Then I'll leave it to you, Ryder, yes. Chapter 793. Night gradually fell. Noah was sitting by the window in his own room in Enosaka's house. He was holding a gorgeous scabbard in his hand and gently stroking it. Following Noah's movements, the surface of the scabbard gradually flowed with a layer of brilliance, looking quite gorgeous. Looking at the scabbard in his hand, Noah whispered. Tonight, I guess I'll have to rely on you. It was an X-level relic, Avalon. Facing Gilgamesh, this was the only way Noah could rely on to obtain a chance of victory. At least, without using authority, magic would be broken by Gilgamesh's magic relic. Noah, who could only use close combat to deal with Gilgamesh, could only rely on Avalon to have a chance to win. That's right. It was just a chance to win, but it was not a 100% chance of winning. Just like what Saber said, Noah's Avalon could only guarantee his own safety, but it could not guarantee that he could defeat Gilgamesh. Therefore, Noah was quite troubled. Undoubtedly, this is the God Slayer, but I can't even deal with a demigod clone. I must have lost all the God Slayer's face, right? Noah sighed. If only I could use authority, then there was no need to worry at all. If he could use his authority, Noah was confident that he would be able to deal with Gilgamesh's original body as a heroic spirit, let alone a mere doppelganger of Gilgamesh. This was the difference between having authority and not having authority. The reason why the existence of the God Slayer could be feared by the people and was regarded as a thorn in the side of the gods was because they could use the authority of the gods. Tony's swordsmanship was amazing, right? But even with such amazing swordsmanship, Tony was still unable to defeat Noah with just one sword, and was even forced into a disadvantageous position. However, when Tony used authority, it was just one move, and Noah almost died under that sword. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the gods called authority was. As long as one could use authority, even if one was just an ordinary person before obtaining authority, one could become an enemy of the gods. The ancient grand knights and great magicians who had painstakingly trained themselves for more than 100 years would be treated as ants. The difference was that big. What's more, after Noah obtained the authority, because of his physique, he absorbed the power of the two highest-level gods into his own. He also carried out a fusion, allowing his own magic and magic to be integrated into it. It was much more powerful than the ordinary authority, and it reflected the strength of this power. But because of this, Noah, who had merged crush magic and rune magic into authority, was reduced to the point where he could only use magic cannon and rune magic to avoid confusion. When he did not use authority, his strength was much weaker than before he became a God Slayer. If before he became a God Slayer, Noah could easily defeat Joseph, Laxus, and Jalal, then now, it was estimated that he would not be able to win so easily. Just when Noah was worried about this, suddenly, Noah felt that his surroundings became illusory, and even his consciousness began to drift away. As if his soul was being pulled out from his body by some unknown existence, Noah only felt a wave of dizziness, and his vision gradually blurred. When his vision returned to normal, Noah realized that he was in a trance. He did not know when, but he had arrived in a white space. In this pure white space, in the distance, there was a white object that looked like a nebula, but also like a whirlpool, twisting and turning back and forth. Although Noah had only been to this place 2 or 3 times, he was already familiar with it. Surprisingly, this was the space where Gaia and Aleya met Noah every time. "We are here, little Noah. Gaia's energetic voice entered Noah's ears. The two great restraints called Gaia and Aleia suddenly appeared in front of Noah without any warning. One was full of vitality, while the other was expressionless, forming a very clear contrast. Gaia? Aleia? Noah somewhat understood. Were you the ones who pulled me here? That's right, that's right. Gaia nodded. How was it? Did I make you wait for a long time? Wait for a long time. Noah was suddenly puzzled. What made you wait for a long time? When this sentence was said, Gaia's energetic face collapsed, and she even puffed up her cheeks. So, little Noah, you have already forgotten? Ugh. Seeing Gaia acting like a child throwing a tantrum, Noah could not help but scratch his cheeks. Could it be that I have forgotten something very important? Important. Of course it is important. Gaia grumbled in dissatisfaction. As your mother, we are preparing a present for you. You actually forgot. With Gaia's reminder, Noah immediately remembered. There was indeed such a thing. After the mysterious disaster in the world between worlds, and after the worlds were destroyed, Gaia and Aleia did indeed say that because the world was in chaos, it was best that Noah did not use his authority for a month. However, because the world was in chaos, Gaia and Aleia could take the opportunity to provide some help to Noah. As for what kind of help, Noah did not know. However, Gaia did say that she would prepare a present for him. This was a fact. Without thinking, this so-called present would definitely be helpful to Noah. Immediately, Noah turned his gaze to Aleia. Could it be that the present has already, meeting Noah's gaze, Aleia nodded. It has already been prepared. Noah immediately became excited. Then what is it? Will it help me increase my strength? If that so-called present could make up for Noah's strength when he did not use his authority, then it really came at the right time. Don't worry, little Noah, don't you see who is protecting you? Gaia proudly patted her chest that did not even move up and down. This present will definitely make you satisfied. In the first place, we prepared this gift to make up for your strength when you can't use your authority, Aleia said. It was rare for her to be so talkative. Let's hope it can help you. After that, Gaia and Aleia looked at each other, then raised a hand at the same time and pointed forward. Wang! Suddenly, a dazzling light exploded in front of Noah, who was facing Gaia and Aleia. It was a very luxurious golden light that did not fit in with the space. Within this burst of golden light, an item slowly appeared. It was the most dazzling golden color. Its appearance was like a key, but also like a sword. A golden sword that was only the length of a child's arm appeared in the dazzling golden light and imprinted itself into Noah's eyes. This is... Noah was confused. Undoubtedly, he had never seen such a golden sword in the shape of a key before, but Noah had a feeling that he had seen it somewhere before. This feeling was really inexplicable. Of course, inexplicable was inexplicable, but Noah was sure of one thing. The golden sword in front of him was definitely a noble artifact. It was the same noble artifact as Avalon. How is it? Do you find it familiar? Gaia laughed evilly and reminded him. It's not inexplicable that you find it familiar. Little Noah, although you have never seen this form before, you have indeed met the treasury that this golden sword is connected to. Treasury? Noah was stunned. He had met the treasury that this sword was connected to. Since this sword was a noble artifact, it was something from this world and could not belong to another world. In this world, if Noah had met any treasury, there was only one. Have you guessed it? Gaia laughed. That's right, the mischievous hero king has a similar one. You already know, right? Aleia continued Gaia's words. It is the Gate of Babylon. Chapter 794. Gate of Babylon. This was the noble artifact that the hero king, Gilgamesh, used to dominate the entire seat of heroes. It was a sword that could be connected to the treasure vault in the City of Gold, allowing one to freely take out items from within. The reason why this noble artifact existed was because of the legend that Gilgamesh had collected all the treasures of his era. This legend was used as a prototype to create this noble artifact. Thus, in the treasure vault that this noble artifact was connected to, all the prototypes of noble artifacts in the world were also there. This noble artifact's grade was EA++, and it would change according to the grade of the items placed in the treasure vault. That is to say, the grade EA++ here was the grade of the items placed in the treasure vault of the Gate of Babylon. If the treasure vault of the Gate of Babylon did not contain any decent treasures, then it would not be a useful noble artifact. It would just be a simple treasure vault. On the contrary, if the Gate of Babylon contained extremely high-grade items, then it would reach the highest grade of A++, making this noble artifact a weapon that many heroic spirits could only dream of. Gilgamesh used the noble phantasm that was connected to the Gate of Babylon in the form of a shooting weapon in battle. However, this treasure vault did not only contain noble artifacts, but also all sorts of items. Thus, rather than saying that it was a treasure vault that contained all the prototypes of noble artifacts, it would be more accurate to say that it was a collection of all the treasures, technology, and even legends of an era. This noble artifact that gave Noah a headache had now appeared in front of Noah in such a form. No, he could not come to a conclusion just like that. After all, the so-called Gate of Babylon was actually just a treasure trove. The value of the treasures inside was different depending on the level of the items and items inside. If it was like Gilgamesh's treasure vault that contained all the treasures of an era, then its value would undoubtedly be shocking. However, if there was nothing inside, then it would just be a treasure vault. However, Noah's thoughts were immediately crushed by Gaia's words. "Little Noah, if you think there's nothing inside, then you're being too rude to me and Aleya." Gaia narrowed her eyes and looked at Noah. Her tone became unfriendly. "If there's nothing inside, then Aleya and I don't have to specially prepare it." "This is the only way we can help you," Aleya said indifferently. "You should know that we can't directly help you, give you power, or help you collect world fragments, right?" Noah nodded, only to be greeted by Aleya's words. "Then do you know why this happened?" "This?" Noah frowned. "I really haven't thought about this problem, then let me ask you, little Noah," Gaia said excitedly. "If a rich person is in need of money, then can a poor person solve his problem by directly giving him money?" "Of course not," Noah answered without hesitation. "Since it's to the extent that even a rich person would feel that they are in need of money, then a poor person can't solve his problem by directly giving him money, right? The logic is the same." Aleya immediately took over the sentence. "In this world, there is a saying that mystery will lose its effect in front of higher mysteries. The meaning of the two is actually the same. Just like how a poor person can't directly help a rich person, the reverse is true, but there is no way to do it," Gaia said. "The reason why the world can't do anything to other worlds is because they are equal. It can't be said that the world doesn't have the ability to do anything to other worlds, but the world doesn't have the right to do anything to other worlds. This caused such a troublesome situation. According to this world's explanation, lower mysteries were ineffective against higher mysteries, while higher mysteries were effective against lower mysteries. This was a kind of qualification. Because they were equal, they didn't have the right to do anything to other worlds." Noah understood the logic. However, Noah understood the logic that the world couldn't do anything to other worlds, but the logic that the world couldn't help Noah, was it the same? Was Noah's existence equal to the existence of the world? Impossible, right? While Noah was self-deprecatingly denying himself, Gaia and Aleya exchanged glances. Gaia suddenly smiled while Aleya's eyes flickered with some ripples. "Hey, little Noah." Gaia suddenly turned around and pointed at the nebula-like vortex in the distance. "Do you know what that is?" Noah looked up and looked at the nebula-like vortex. In fact, Noah already had a guess about the main body of the nebula-like vortex. If our suppressive force is the will of this world, then that will be the world itself. Alea gave an answer that was exactly the same as Noah's guess in his mind. That is the source of everything in this world, the origin vortex. As expected. That was the dream of countless magicians in this world, the final destination that they tried to reach, the origin. You should know that those who reach the origin will be bestowed with magic power by the origin, right? Gaia smiled. Then, little Noah, who has directly reached here many times, why didn't he receive any magic? You can't receive any magic directly bestowed by the origin. Alea said indifferently. Because, the origin of this world is unable to directly help you and increase your strength, even when the world is in turmoil. Therefore, even if you come here, you can't receive any magic. Noah bitterly smiled and looked at the key-shaped sword in front of him. Then, what's with this gift? Little Noah, we really can't directly increase your strength and help you. Gaia slyly smiled. But, since we can't directly increase your strength, then we can indirectly increase your strength. This is the reason why Alea and I prepared this gift. Indirectly. Noah's heart skipped a beat. If directly bestowing you with power is not enough, then we can bestow you with weapons and items with power. Alea directly solved the riddle. When we gave you the scabbard, we took advantage of this loophole. However, we could only give you the Avalon that doesn't increase your strength but can provide protection. Now that the world is in turmoil, this loophole is even bigger, so we can finally bestow you with weapons and items with power. Hearing this, Noah understood how big the gift that Gaia and Alea prepared was. Weapons and items with power. In this world, treasures stood at the pinnacle of this category. This gate of Babylon is different from the Hero King's treasure vault, Alea said softly. We modified it so that it doesn't connect to the treasure vault. Instead, it contains a treasure vault, so you can avoid the trouble of being unable to pass through the world barrier in other worlds and connect to the treasure vault. We have also placed everything we can think of that can exist in the form of weapons and items inside. Gaia directly gave an amazing piece of news. If the treasure trove of the mischievous Hero King contains all the prototypes of noble artifacts, then little Noah's treasure trove doesn't only contain the prototypes of noble artifacts, it also contains all the noble artifacts derived from the prototypes of these noble artifacts. Other than the noble artifacts that can't exist in the form of weapons or tools, there are basically all the other noble artifacts and treasures. Noah realized that his heart was beating faster. If that was the case, then this gift was very valuable. With this, why would Noah worry about not being able to defeat Gilgamesh? The gift is now in your hands. Gaia and Alea spoke at the same time. Don't forget, the world will always be on your side. Chapter 795. When Noah opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was no longer the pure white space. Instead, it was the familiar room that he had stayed in for less than a few days. Just like the second before Gaia and Alea pulled him over, Noah was still sitting by the window as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. However, the item in Noah's hand told Noah that everything that had just happened was real. As if to replace the gorgeous scabbard, a luxurious golden key-like sword quietly laid in Noah's hand, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Tightly holding the handle of the key-like sword, Noah closed his eyes as information quickly flashed through his mind. All of the information was about the Gate of Babylon in Noah's hand. Just like what Gaia and Alea said, although Noah's Gate of Babylon was the same as Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, it was a higher-level noble artifact after being modified. Of course, the higher level referred to function and not power. The noble artifact named Gate of Babylon did not have any power by itself. It was just a treasure vault. The amount of power it had was completely dependent on the level of the weapons and items in the treasure vault. After being modified by Gaia and Alea, Noah's Gate of Babylon did not become a key that connected to the treasure vault. Instead, it contained a treasure vault within itself. This was to prevent Noah from going to another world and not being able to pass through the barrier of the world and not being able to connect to the treasure vault. Therefore, the items that Gaia and Alea collected were all placed inside the key-like sword and not anywhere else. In addition, the Gate of Babylon had 3 functions. 1. Automatic recovery. 2. Automatic recovery. 3. Automatic recovery. Automatic recovery, as the name suggested, was a function that allowed the items taken out from the treasure vault to be automatically returned to the treasure vault. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon also had this function. Therefore, he was able to shoot the noble artifact without any restraint. After that, the Gate of Babylon would automatically recover the noble artifact that was shot out. It was very convenient. Automatic recovery, as the name suggested, was the ability to recover items that were damaged in the treasure vault. With this function, even if a noble artifact was damaged in battle, it would be able to recover after a period of time. It was also a very convenient function. Automatic recovery was not only convenient, but it was also very useful. The items in the Gate of Babylon were not only noble artifacts, but there were all kinds of items. Among these items, some were consumable items that could only be used once or a limited number of times. However, with the automatic recovery function, even if the items were consumed, after a period of time, the treasure vault would automatically replenish itself. It was like a factory that could produce items. Even Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon did not have this function. It could be said to be extremely extravagant. At least, Noah did not have to worry about using up any precious items. He could use them without worry. Although these 3 functions were very good, the most precious items were the treasures in the Gate of Babylon. After sorting out the information about the various items in the Gate of Babylon, Noah was gradually speechless. How should he put it? If becoming rich overnight was considered a nouveau riche, then Noah would probably be the biggest nouveau riche in history. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon had all the prototypes of noble artifacts and the technology and treasures of an entire era. In Noah's Gate of Babylon, not only did it have all the prototypes of noble artifacts, but it also had all the noble artifacts that were derived from these prototypes. As long as they existed in the form of weapons and tools, Noah could find them in the Gate of Babylon. That is to say, if Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon was all the treasures of an era, then Noah's Gate of Babylon was all the treasures of an era before this era. There was no most extravagant, only more extravagant. Furthermore, Noah even saw that in the Gate of Babylon, there were all kinds of valuable items such as gold and gems that could only be calculated by the unit of mountains. It was almost endless. If this was not considered a nouveau riche, then what was? Is this the first time I've experienced what it feels like to be a rich second generation? Noah realized that his heart was actually floating. In the past, I kept saying that the world was on my side, but I didn't feel it at all. Today, I finally understand the weight of this sentence. The feeling of having a backer is really good. Of course, the Gate of Babylon did not really have everything. In Noah's Gate of Babylon, there were only items that could exist in the form of weapons and tools. That's right, only items. For example, Hercules's 12 trials, God's hand, this noble artifact was not in Noah's treasure vault. This noble artifact was a noble artifact created from Hercules's great achievement of completing 12 impossible tasks. Its original form was Hercules himself. Gaia and Alea could not have stuffed Hercules into the treasure vault, right? Therefore, this type of noble artifact that could not exist in the form of items did not exist in the Gate of Babylon. Even so, Noah's Gate of Babylon was definitely the most luxurious noble artifact. Needless to say, with this treasure vault, even if Noah did not use his authority, his battle strength would still be guaranteed. After all, regardless of power, if a noble artifact like the Gibalg that could kill in one hit was used well, it would be more terrifying than any authority. Even in terms of power, in this treasure vault, there was a noble artifact that was not inferior to a normal authority. With this treasure vault, what was there to be dissatisfied with? At this moment, Noah tightened his grip on the key-shaped sword in his hand. The spatial sword that contained the treasure vault suddenly shook. In a burst of brilliance, it turned into starlight and merged into Noah's body. This was one of the functions of the Gate of Babylon. It could merge into the user's body in the form of a concept armor. Now, Noah could open the treasure vault in his body at any time. Just like Gilgamesh, he could open the door of the treasure vault from the outside and freely take out the items inside. Let's see who has more treasures. Gilgamesh. Noah could not help but look forward to it. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside Noah's room. Noah, are you there? Saber. Noah came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the door. I'm here, come in. After saying this, the door to Noah's room was opened. Saber, who was dressed in a white shirt and a blue dress, walked in through the door. Her gem-like eyes were fixed on Noah. Her doll-like delicate face was filled with seriousness as usual, causing one to be unable to help but feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. What's wrong? Noah asked curiously. Looking for me at this time, it doesn't seem like something you would do. Because tonight is the last night, right? It was rare for Saber to smile at the beginning. So, I want to talk to you. Do you have time? Chapter 796. Saber's words surprised Noah. Talk. With me? Noah's relationship with Saber was not good enough for her to confide in him in private. The relationship between Noah and Saber was, at best, a common front with some cooperative nature. They couldn't be considered companions, let alone friends. It was only because of their relationship with Tonging that they came together and acted together. Under such circumstances, Noah was quite surprised that Saber would take the initiative to talk to him in private. Of course, although he was surprised, Noah had no reason to refuse. I'm fine with it, but is there no problem on your side? Through Ilya's hands, Saber began to sign a contract with Rin Enosaka and Tosakura during the day. Now, was it completed? Ilya's field's magic attainment is indeed quite amazing. Saber directly said this sentence. I have indeed received Ling's magic power. Hearing this, Noah did not ask any more questions. He directly activated the Master's privilege and checked Saber's ability value. Profession, Saber Master, Tosakura, Summoner, Rin Enosaka, Actual Magic Provider, Real Name, Altoria Pendragon Attribute, Order, Good Ability Value, Strength, A Durability, B Agility, A Magical Power, A Luck, A Noble Phantasm, A++. Suddenly, a considerable amount of ability value turned into data and flowed into Noah's mind, allowing Noah to clearly know Saber's current state. Although the current Saber was still not as powerful as the mana provided by Avalon after Noah's mana was replenished, the gap was still very small. In this state, Saber's combat power could be 100% unleashed. Under Noah's gaze, Saber slowly walked into the room and also came to the window, but she did not look at Noah. Instead, she looked at the night sky outside the window. Actually, since knowing that Avalon recognized you as its master, I have been very curious. How did you become the master of Avalon? From Saber's words, it could be seen that Saber was indeed quite concerned about this question. Noah did not answer immediately. Instead, like Saber, he also looked at the night sky outside, as if he recalled the day when he obtained Avalon. Same as you. Same. Saber repeated in a questioning tone. What do you mean? Didn't you get the sacred sword and scabbard from the lake spirit? Noah didn't hide it, nor did he say it directly. Instead, he gave such a profound response. Like you, I also got Avalon from someone else. Such an answer should be more or less perfunctory, right? But just like what Noah said, Saber also got the holy sword and Avalon from the lake spirit. Therefore, Saber knew better than anyone that this answer was actually enough. Is that so? Saber's eyes that were looking at the night sky became gentle. You also received someone else's blessing. It was indeed a blessing. This was because the relic named Avalon had an extreme protective power. If someone gave away such a relic, other than sincerely hoping that the other party would be protected, what other reason could there be? Therefore, Saber, who had also received the blessing of the lake spirit, could understand the weight of this sentence. It was a pity that just like Noah, Saber had also lost the scabbard that represented protection and blessings. The difference was that Noah, who lost the scabbard, coincidentally saved Tong Ying and found the scabbard again. But Saber, because of the loss of the scabbard, lost the power to protect and fell to a tragic death. Since you found it again, don't lose it again. Saber's tone became quite distant. These words were as strong as if they were etched in her heart. Next time, it may not be so easy to find it again. Hearing this, Noah did not answer. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked such a question. Hey, Saber, why did you respond to Sakura's call and participate in the Holy Grail War? Saber fell silent as well, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. After a long time, Saber said an answer in a determined tone. I hope to obtain the Holy Grail. Saber actually gave the most common reason. Obtain the Holy Grail? Noah was puzzled. In other words, do you have any wishes that you want to achieve through the Holy Grail? Yes, Saber said without any hesitation. I hope that the Holy Grail can start everything again. Saber's words made Noah think about the life of the legendary Night King. Before the Night King named Artoria became a king, she was the child of King Yusef, the king of Britain. Although she was the descendant of the king, Artoria was a girl and was destined to not inherit the throne. However, after the death of King Yusef, the knights of Britain hoped to choose a new king through the famous sword in the stone. Under such circumstances, Artoria, who had concealed her true gender, pulled out the sword of choosing the king from the rock under the watchful eyes of the public. From then on, she became the Queen of Britain. After inheriting the throne, Artoria made countless contributions. In 10 years, she won 12 major battles in a row, making Britain unprecedentedly powerful. However, during this period, Artoria's sword in the stone was broken because of a duel that violated the chivalry. It completely disappeared in the river of history. It was because of this that Artoria came to the sacred lake and received the sword and the scabbard from the lake spirits. Later, she accidentally lost the scabbard. With the loss of the scabbard as an opportunity, the unprecedentedly powerful Britain began to fall. When Artoria led the army on an expedition, the Knights of Britain took the opportunity to lead the army in rebellion. In the course of this rebellion, Artoria was seriously wounded and fell. This was the battle that led to the fall of Britain, the Battle of the Sword Fence. The legend of the Night King came to an end here. I couldn't stop the fall of the kingdom. I was an incompetent king. It was as if the legend that had ended had been restarted. Saber closed her eyes, and her voice came into Noah's ears. If I get the Holy Grail, I hope that the Holy Grail can fulfill my wish and stop me from pulling out the sword in the stone and becoming the king. I shouldn't be the king. The one who pulled out the sword in the stone should not be me. It should be someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the place. Noah's brows were deeply furrowed. In other words, you want to shirk your responsibility, right? Shirk my responsibility? Saber reacted and frowned as well. She looked at Noah. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Literally. Noah loosened his frown and sighed. I'm sorry, I don't think I can understand your wish. Saber raised her eyebrows and looked at Noah. Let me hear your reason. Since ancient times, there hasn't been a country that could last forever, right? Noah looked into Saber's eyes. When one reaches the pinnacle of prosperity, one must decline. When one reaches the pinnacle of decline, one must be destroyed. This is the fundamental law of nature. As the king of a kingdom, while bearing the glory of building a kingdom, one must also bear the sin of destroying the kingdom. It is just like how one must bear responsibility in life. When you were alive, you had received enough glory to make the whole world tremble. Undoubtedly, you were proud of being a knight and a king. Yet, you chose glory over sin. Isn't that shirking your responsibility? Noah's short speech was like a bolt from the blue. It shocked Saber so much that her beautiful eyes widened. She stared at Noah in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 797. Shirk the responsibility. Saber's words were enough to express Noah's first impression of her. Saber's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively retorted, "What are you talking about? What 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 are you talking about? No, you just feel that you're not a proper king, and you shouldn't be the king of Great Britain, right?" Noah said before Saber could. Not only did he expose Saber's thoughts, but he also mercilessly stabbed her with his words. But, like I said before, no country can last forever. Even if you don't become the king and let someone else take over, Great Britain will eventually be destroyed. When that happens, the world will know that it wasn't the Night King who destroyed Great Britain, but another king. Aren't you just blaming your own sins on another innocent person? No. No. Saber's voice was no longer as domineering as before. Instead, she sounded lost and helpless. I just want. Seeing Saber's reaction, Noah felt that his understanding of Artoria, the Night King, had been turned upside down. In the past, Noah thought that Saber was a very noble knight. She was also very decent, reserved, and persistent. Just like Alusha, people could not help but rely on her and trust her. But now, Saber's reaction made Noah feel that he had to get to know this girl again. Yes. She was a girl. Even with the glory and reputation that made the whole world tremble, Artoria, the Night King, was still a naive girl. Knights, who were hailed as kings by the world, had a weak side in the end. Of course, girls had the right to be weak, but that was only when they truly recognized their weakness. Artoria was stubbornly holding on. Because of her weakness, Artoria regretted her decision. Because of her weakness, Artoria wanted to start all over again. There was nothing wrong with what she did. However, the girl named Artoria didn't recognize her own weakness. She blindly believed that the weak part of her heart was the right belief. That was pure irresponsibility and avoidance. Realizing this, Noah didn't feel angry at Saber, nor did he feel any unusual sympathy or pity for Saber. He just sighed and let out a bitter laugh. A person should have a beginning and an end. I believe that although your life is not perfect, at least you have a beginning and an end. However, if you intend to deny all of this, you are not only denying your life, but also yourself. Furthermore, you intend to push your own responsibility onto another completely innocent person. In that case, I feel that what you should consider is not whether you should become a king, but whether you should become a human. Saber's eyes were filled with hesitation, but as if to hide her hesitation, she shifted her sharp gaze to Noah. Are you insulting me? I don't mean to insult you. Noah met Saber's sharp gaze without fear. I'm just stating a fact. Undoubtedly, you don't know anything. Saber's gaze on Noah slowly turned from sharp to resistant. So, you have no right to tell me what to do with my life. Noah couldn't help but feel angry upon hearing this. In other words, you intend to shut out everyone's thoughts and immerse yourself in your own sorrow and wishes, just to satisfy yourself? Satisfy myself? Saber's eyes widened again. You're saying that I'm doing this for my own sake. You decided to become a king without permission, and you shouldered the responsibility of strengthening Great Britain without permission. When you realized that you couldn't accomplish all of this, you regretted it without permission. You even tried to push all the responsibility onto someone else because of your own decision, Noah sneered. Don't tell me you think you're doing this for the good of the people and the country. Writer's master. Saber raised her voice, angered by Noah's words. If you intend to continue insulting me like this, you'll have to face my sword. Saber clenched her fists as if she wanted to prove that she wasn't joking. She glared at Noah, and a little bit of magic surged from her body. I see. You're going to fight me because you can't win an argument? I finally understand how childish a king's willfulness can be. Noah took a deep breath and looked at Saber. Alright, since words can't make you realize how weak you are, then let me personally peel off that layer of armor you used to hide your heart. I'll tell you how naive your thoughts are. The atmosphere that was supposed to be warm suddenly turned hostile due to the change in attitude between the two. Noah and Saber looked at each other. One's eyes were calm, while the other's eyes were filled with uncertainty and resistance. The situation had finally become dramatic. No one would have thought that this would happen. On this night of the final battle, the first to fight would be Noah and Saber. In the courtyard of Enben's house, Noah and Saber stood facing each other. One stood facing the wind, while the other bit her lip and stared ahead. It's not too late to take back your words. Perhaps Saber had calmed down, but her voice was as stern as ever. There was also a hint of regret for the consequences of her impulsive actions. Otherwise, even if we're on the same side, I would never ignore your insults. You think it's an insult, don't you? Noah looked up with a cold expression. Then there's nothing more to say. Is that so? Saber closed her eyes for a moment before opening them abruptly. Then come to your senses. As soon as she finished speaking, Saber's body suddenly emitted a strong wave of magical energy. It set off a strong light, and Saber's home clothes instantly turned into armor. In her hand was an invisible sword that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and she pointed it at Noah. Because of Saber's blatant use of magical energy, there was a commotion in Enben's house. Immediately, with Rin Enben as the leader, a group of 3 girls, including Tosakura and Ilya, all came out of the mansion. Although Ryder didn't show herself, Noah and Saber could both sense that she was in her spiritual state. She stood to the side and was very hostile towards Saber. It seemed like she could attack Saber at any time. Obviously, even if Ryder didn't know what was going on, as long as she was sure that Saber was going to attack Noah, it was enough. If Noah didn't use the contract to order Ryder not to interfere, Ryder would have already attacked Saber. As for the rest of the girls, they didn't understand what was going on. What the hell are you guys doing? Rin and Osaka was shocked. Noah. Saber. Tosakura was at a loss. She didn't know what to do at all. Are they going to kill each other? Brother and Saber? Ilya, on the other hand, was a little excited despite not knowing what was going on. She seemed to think that this was exciting enough. In this regard, before Saber could say anything, Noah spoke first. You guys watch from the side. Don't interfere. Perhaps they heard something wrong from Noah's calm voice, but whether it was Rin Enben, Tosakura, or Ilya, they all shut their mouths. However, Rin Enben's face was still a little anxious, and Tosakura was completely worried. Then, under such circumstances, Noah suddenly laughed. Saber frowned. What are you laughing at? Don't mind it. Noah shrugged. I'm just feeling a little lucky. Lucky? Saber was stunned. That's right. Rejoice. Noah raised one of his hands. Lucky that I was able to get my treasure before this. As soon as he finished speaking. Wang! A golden ripple that was like a ripple of water suddenly rippled out. Chapter 798. As if a ripple suddenly appeared from the space, a golden ripple suddenly flashed above Noah's raised palm, causing the space to tremble slightly. The light on it illuminated a small area of darkness. Then, a gorgeous knight's sword slowly emerged from it. Noah held it in his hand, pulled it out, and pointed it diagonally to the ground. It was a knight's sword that was very similar to Saber's Excalibur. However, compared to Excalibur, this knight's sword in Noah's hand was much more gorgeous and resplendent. Its shape was also much lighter. It didn't look like it was used for battle at all. Instead, it was used as an ornament. It was rather gorgeous. The moment she saw the sword, Saber's expression changed abruptly. That is, not only Saber, but in addition to Tosaka, who was still worried, Rin Enban and Ilya were also surprised. Noble phantasm. Ignoring the shock of the girls, Noah pointed the gorgeous sword in his hand at Saber, and his dark and deep eyes became serious. You should have an impression of this sword, right? The King of Knights. Saber stared at the knight's sword in Noah's hand, and murmured as if she was sleep-talking. Sword in the Stone. In the legend of King Arthur in Celtic mythology, Artoria, who was known as the King of Knights, obtained a total of 2 very famous noble phantasms in her life. The first one was pulled out from the stone and became the King of Great Britain. It symbolized the king's sword, the sword in the stone. The second one was obtained from the hands of the lake elves, and became an extraordinary legend. It was the sword in the lake that everyone knew about. The former was broken after Artoria engaged in a duel that violated the knight's doctrine. The latter accompanied Artoria for her whole life until she finished the journey of her life, and then it was thrown back into the sacred lake. Now, the broken sword in the stone was in Noah's hand. The sword that Noah was holding at this time was the king's sword that Saber broke when she was alive, the sword in the stone. Its real name was Caliban, the golden sword of victory. The sword that Artoria had once lost appeared in front of Saber in this form. That's why I'm rejoicing, Noah said with a faint smile. After all, there is no weapon more suitable than this sword to use at this time. Why? Saber clenched the invisible sword in her hand and took a step back. Her beautiful face was shaken again. Why do you have this sword? Now is not the time to ask this, is it? Noah said faintly. All you need to know is that this sword in the stone is the real deal. That is enough. Oh, right. Noah looked straight at Saber. By the way, let me tell you, compared to fists, I'm better at using a sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's figure was suddenly enveloped by a powerful mana. In an instant, he shot out like an arrow. His speed was so fast that Rin and Osaka, Tomoka Sakura, and Ilya could only see a blurry shadow pass by. In the end, in front of Saber, whose eyes were trembling, he met the attack head-on. Ding! As the blurry shadow passed by, the sharp sword in the stone pierced forward with lightning-like speed, striking the invisible sword that Saber had hurriedly raised, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Saber did not expect Noah to make a move just like that. She had no choice but to hold the invisible sword and anxiously speak. Wait! Are you still hesitating? Noah looked into Saber's gem-like eyes. Swinging your sword in confusion, even the name of the Night King is crying. After saying that, Noah swung the sword in the stone towards Saber, who was standing before him. The powerful wind created by the sword tore through the air, creating a sharp sound of breaking wind. It was so piercing that it hurt the eardrums of those who heard it. Ding 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 ding. As the beautifully shaped sword in the stone was swung, in a very short period of time, it created a continuous stream of sword attacks. Every sword attack accurately struck the invisible sword body that could not be captured by the naked eye. The crisp sound seemed to have condensed into a melody, which was extremely pleasing to the ears. Coupled with the flashing golden light of the sword's shadow, it was extremely beautiful. Ding ding ding. In the face of the flurry of sword strikes, Saber could only continuously retreat. The invisible sword in her hand moved back and forth in front of her in a very small area. She desperately tried to block the incoming sword strikes. It looked like she was in a very sorry state. Noah's sword, on the other hand, was like layers upon layers of giant waves. There was a faint feeling of entanglement. As he swung and danced, the golden sword flashed repeatedly in the air, forming a dazzling sword curtain. He mercilessly attacked Saber. You're hiding such a skill. The expression on Saber's face changed again and again. It showed how seriously her heart was shaken. It was not only because of the exquisite sword skills Noah had displayed. It was also because Saber realized how serious Noah was about this battle. Saber had more or less been a little too impulsive for the situation to develop to such an extent. Noah, on the other hand, was not acting on impulse. He really saw Saber as an enemy and continued to attack without mercy. How could Saber not be shaken? However, no matter how shaken Saber was, the continuous flurry of golden sword strikes did not seem to be stopping. It was still chasing after Saber. Saber was tired of defending herself, and her posture was getting more and more scattered. If this continued, the strongest sword spirit would be defeated by the sword skills of a human. In the end, it was just as Noah had said. There is no room for hesitation or confusion. Saber suddenly raised her head, a fierce look in her eyes. Her body crouched, as if she had rushed out from layers upon layers of giant waves. The invisible sword in her hand flashed, bringing with it a sharp sword light as it slashed toward Noah's neck. In the face of the sword attack, Noah narrowed his eyes and the hand that was holding the sword flicked. Immediately, the sword in the stone spun back, leaving behind a mysterious trajectory to meet the incoming sword beam. Clang! Amidst the intense clanging of the sword, Noah, who had not enhanced himself, was forced to take 2 steps back by Saber's A-class strength. However, Noah did not spend any effort to stabilize his body. Instead, he relaxed his lower body. A dazzling vortex of air appeared under his feet. It exploded, causing Noah's body to become a stream of light. In a flash, he disappeared. Swoosh! Just as Noah's body disappeared, Saber, who was wrapped in a whirlwind of magic, appeared like a ghost. Her invisible sword was like a flash of light. It appeared silently and abruptly landed on the spot where Noah was just a second ago. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At least, except for Ryder, who was in her spiritual form, Rin Enbin, Tama Tanjing, and Ilya could only see a flash of a figure appear in the field. Then, they saw the invisible sword that suddenly slashed at empty space. Ha! After missing her attack, Saber took advantage of the opportunity to stab the invisible sword into the ground. She shook her arm, and with a flick, she shook a piece of rock and threw it forward. There, Noah's figure appeared. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Noah raised the sword in the stone high up in the air the moment he appeared. He hacked down with all his might, shattering the incoming stone into pieces. Faint gray dust and shattered stone fragments rose into the air as they slowly fell to the ground. Chi! However, at this moment, behind the falling dust and stones, a figure cut through the air amidst a fierce air explosion. Amidst the sound of something tearing through the air, the figure appeared in front of Noah in a flash. Clang! A dazzling sword light suddenly flashed. At some point in time, Excalibur had removed its invisible state and revealed its true form. At this moment, it was like a ray of starlight, pointing directly in Noah's direction. Chapter 799. Clang! The cold sword light was like a flash of light. In a flash, it arrived less than 5 centimeters away from Noah's throat. Swish! Almost at the same time, another identical sword light flashed out from below and abruptly went up to meet the attack. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of sword and halberd clashing, the 2 knights' swords, both flowing with a golden radiance, collided fiercely. Sparks flew in all directions as they rubbed against each other, causing ear-piercing grinding sounds to continuously ring out. Caliban, the golden sword of victory. Excalibur. The sword in the stone and the sword in the lake, 2 of the most famous swords of the Night King, were now exchanging blows in such a direct manner. Noah stared at Saber, who was right in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. What? You can still do it when you want to, right? Saber clenched her teeth slightly and stared at Noah with a complicated look in her eyes. However, it was soon replaced by a strong will as she uttered those words. I don't feel any hostility or killing intent from your sword, but I can feel that you are serious. What are you trying to tell me through this sword? To be able to understand this, it proves that this battle was not in vain. Noah's eyes flashed. I want you to remember your initial determination. The initial determination. Saber murmured in a dreamy voice. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you get it? Noah's voice drilled into Saber's ears. Then let's increase the difficulty slightly. After saying that, Noah tightened his grip on his sword. Clang! The Excalibur was constantly clashing with the blade of the Excalibur. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the blade of the Excalibur. Wah! Although it was only for a moment, Saber seemed to have recalled something from the dazzling golden light, and her expression changed abruptly. However, that was all Saber could do. After all, it was only an instant, wasn't it? Buzz! In the next moment, Noah tightly grasped the golden sword of victory that was blossoming with resplendent golden light. Along with the surging mana from Noah, the golden sword of victory completely transformed into a ray of light at this moment. The sword in the stone, also known as the sword in the stone, suddenly retracted its radiance. Clang! In the end, the golden sword of victory, Caliban, turned into a dazzling ray of light. Even the space around it was trembling, as if a whirlpool of light had exploded. With a whistling sound, the whirlpool swept across the air and enveloped Saber, whose expression had changed abruptly. The whirlpool of light surged forward like a tidal wave. Then, Noah's voice slowly sounded. Golden sword of victory, Caliban. As if awakening the miracle that had been sleeping in myths, Noah released the true name of the sword in the stone. At this moment, the power of the golden sword of victory, Caliban, finally reappeared in this era. Boom! The vortex of light surged up like a tidal wave and enveloped Saber's location. A thunderous explosion resounded in the space, sending countless pieces of rubble flying out of the dust and into the surroundings. Wah! Rin Enban, Tama Tanjing, and Ilya screamed at the same time and dodged in a somewhat sorry manner. Only then were they able to avoid being hit by the flying rocks. However, this also caused the scene to become chaotic. What the hell are those two doing? Rin and Osaka shouted angrily. Even if it's a prank, there should be a limit, right? Noah! Saber! Tonging shouted towards the direction of the smoke and dust in front of her. Please stop fighting. Ilya was the only one who seemed to have seen the end result. She patted her dress that was stained by the dust and complained. Really, we've gone too far. Under such circumstances, the dust in the front gradually faded away, revealing the scene inside to everyone's eyes. They saw Saber sitting on the ground with her body leaning against the holy sword on the ground, barely supporting her body from falling down. The breastplate, gauntlets, battle skirt, and battle boots on her body were completely shattered. Although there were no obvious injuries on her slender body, she was covered in dust and scorch marks. She was panting heavily, and her face was pale. She looked quite miserable. In front of Saber, who was sitting on the ground, Noah held the sword in his hand. The bright golden light on his body gradually dimmed, and the sword in the stone returned to its normal state. The coat on his body was fluttering, and he didn't look miserable at all. He stood there with his back straight. It was clear who won and who lost. However, that was natural. After all, Noah had released his noble phantasm. Unless Saber also released her noble phantasm to resist, the result was inevitable. Or rather, after releasing her noble phantasm, Saber didn't have any injuries. It was obvious that Noah had shown mercy at the last moment. Understanding this, Saber gritted her teeth, raised her head, and slowly looked at Noah. What Saber saw was a very dazzling scene. It was a person holding a knight's sword that shone with a golden light, looking down at the scene below. Under the contrast of the golden sword, Noah was like the king of the world. Coupled with the posture of looking down from above, it was simply dazzling to the extreme. Saber was completely lost in thought. So dazzling, really dazzling, in this world, there was actually such a dazzling existence. As Saber was intoxicated by that dazzling figure, Noah's voice seemed to have directly entered Saber's heart, ringing in her ears. You think it's dazzling, don't you? Saber was startled awake. Then, Noah said, You're right. However, you have to understand, Night King, this dazzling scene is also seen by those who were once defeated by the King of Great Britain who wielded the sword in the stone. If they were to know that the dazzling existence that they were once intoxicated by was now planning to start all over again, rejecting the scene that made them feel ashamed of their inferiority, how would they feel? Saber's heart was fiercely touched. Wasn't that right? In the eyes of others, the Night King was so dazzling, so intoxicating, so enchanting. However, the Night King himself was dissatisfied with all of this and even wanted to give it up. If so, how would those who were intoxicated by it, how would they feel? How would those who were intoxicated by it see it so clearly and trample on it, how would they feel? If you plan to start all over again, not only would you be denying your own life, but you would also be denying the lives of those who once swore loyalty to you, denying the lives of those who yearned for the king. Noah shook his head. No matter what, I feel that you have no right to do that. Please think back to the time when you initially planned to hide your gender and even dress up as a man to pull out the sword in the stone and become the king. Noah turned around. That way, you will understand how cruel your current regret is to your past self. After saying those words, Noah seemed to feel that it was useless to say anything more. He sighed and left Saber's field of vision, walking into Rin and Osaka's house. Saber held the holy sword in her hand and sat on the ground, paralyzed. She lowered her head and fell into silence. Beside her, Rin and Osaka, Kirin Nakajima, and Ilya looked at each other and fell silent. Although they did not know what happened, they knew what to do at this time. So, what the girls should do was to give Saber some space to think quietly. Chapter 800. In Enosaka's house, Noah's window was facing the courtyard outside. After returning to his room, Noah stayed by the window and looked at Saber, who was kneeling on the ground with her holy sword propped up. She lowered her head and fell into complete silence. Noah let out a faint sigh. I hope you can understand, Noah didn't care that Saber challenged him to a duel because of her wrong persistence. After all, even after death, she still wanted to make up for her sins. It was easy to imagine how important that wish was to Saber. In short, Saber's starting point was not wrong. This girl named Artoria just wanted to make up for her sins. Unfortunately, her starting point was right, but her method was wrong. Let everything start over. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it, but in fact, it was very wrong. Indeed, in a person's life, there would definitely be experiences of regret because of bad things that had happened, and there would be quite a few of them. Therefore, almost everyone hoped that there was a medicine for regret that could be bought to erase the fact that had already happened but could not be changed. They wanted to go back to the time when they made a choice that would make them feel regret and make a choice again. This was only human nature. Who could say that this idea was wrong? However, Saber's wish was slightly more twisted than this. Most people felt regret because they wanted to go back to the time before they regretted doing something and make a choice again. Saber's regret meant that she had rejected her own life. It was as if Saber had done something that she regretted, but she didn't want to go back to the time before she made a choice. Instead, she wanted to go back to the time before she was born and tell her parents not to give birth to her, so that she wouldn't do something that she regretted in the future. It was too much. At this point, it wasn't just regret, it was avoidance. Noah was disgusted by this. Looking at Saber kneeling in the courtyard, Noah raised his head and looked at the dark night. He frowned slightly. However, if this continues, Saber's condition won't be able to participate in tonight's duel. Soon, Noah planned to go to Ludong Temple to deal with Gilgamesh and prevent the opening of the Holy Grail. When the time came, if Saber was still in this condition, she wouldn't be able to participate in the duel. Let's see if you can figure it out yourself. Just as Noah was about to close the window and prepare to set off, the door of the room was gently opened, causing Noah to turn his head and look over. There, Tanjing poked her head in and spoke cautiously. Are you resting? You should say that I'm killing time, right? Noah smiled. Why are you looking for me? Come in first. Sorry to disturb you. Tanjing politely lowered her head and then walked in. Noah's gaze could not help but shift to Tong Ying's completely purple hair. He also noticed that the color of her pupils had turned purple. He immediately scratched his cheek. Don't you feel awkward? Tanjing was startled, and immediately realized the meaning of this sentence from Noah's gaze on her hair. She stroked her hair bun. No, I don't feel anything. I just have a headache about how to explain it to the teachers and students when I go back to school. Is that so? Noah smiled. That's really hard work. No. Tanjing slowly shook her head, with a gentle smile on her face. I'm already satisfied that I can be saved at this level. Tanjing was indeed quite satisfied. This girl didn't have too many extravagant thoughts at all. This girl, who had been shrouded in the shadow of the Tanjing family for more than 10 years, was now satisfied with her living situation from the bottom of her heart. It was because the person who was saved would smile like Tanjing, and Noah, who was saved, would feel a sense of accomplishment, right? At least, Noah felt that his scabbard could protect Tanjing from being violated, which was great. It was just that Tanjing seemed to care more about others than herself. The gentle smile on her face turned into a little worry, and Tanjing secretly glanced at Saber in the courtyard outside the window. After hesitating for a moment, she asked. Saber. Is she okay? Hearing this, Noah's smile disappeared little by little, and he also glanced at Saber in the courtyard. After a while, he gave such an answer. Aside from being a girl, she is also the world-famous Night King. With just one sentence, the worry in Tong Ying's heart was dispelled by quite a bit. Then, Noah said very abruptly. Compared to Saber, I care more about you. Ah. Tanjing let out a soft cry, and her pretty face suddenly turned crimson. She lowered her head and said shyly. I also, Noah, who didn't hear Tanjing's voice that was softer than a mosquito's, sighed. There should be no need to worry about Saber, but as for you, don't tell me you want to fight with us. Tanjing was immediately speechless, but she also knew that she misunderstood Noah's meaning and felt a little embarrassed. Noah, who didn't get a reply from Tanjing, turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Tanjing's head shook like a rattle drum, and then she smiled a little sadly. I'm not a magician, and I don't have the means to fight. Even my physical fitness is weaker than most people. Tenosaka-senpai doesn't want me to go with you. That's what I think too. Noah stared at Tanjing and said word by word. I don't want you to go, it's too dangerous. I understand. Tanjing smiled understandingly. So, I will be here, waiting for everyone to come back. Only then did Noah put down the huge stone in his heart. To be honest, Noah was really worried that Tanjing would insist on going with them. Fortunately, Tanjing was not such a capricious person. But at this time, Tanjing suddenly said to Noah in a tone full of strong emotions. Please promise that you will come back safely. Noah was stunned, and the next second, he smiled. I promise. Only then did Tonging also smile comfortably. The night gradually deepened, opening the door of Tenosaka-senpai's house. Noah walked out. Noah raised his head and looked ahead. The scene that entered his eyes made him stop in his tracks. He saw Saber, who was re-equipped with heavy armor, standing in the courtyard, staring at Noah. There was no confusion in her eyes, only endless determination. Seeing this, Noah said softly, "Have you thought it through? How can it be that easy?" Saber shook her head with a wry smile, and then suddenly smiled. "It's just that I know that I have to replan the path ahead of me. I think it will take a lot of time to think about it, right? Is that so?" Noah closed his eyes, but the corner of his mouth rose. "Then, why don't you stay here and think about it?" "There's no need for that," Saber said firmly. "If there's confusion, then I'll use my sword to eliminate it. This is what I should do as a knight." As soon as the words left his mouth, another burst of laughter rang out behind Noah. "Although I don't agree with using violence to solve everything, there's really no more reliable words at this time." While saying this, Rin Enosaka-senpai, who was wearing a red shirt and a black skirt, also walked out of Tenosaka-senpai's house. Behind Rin Enosaka-senpai, Tanjing and Ilya also followed. "I won't go." Ilya smiled sweetly like a child who secretly ate some candy. "It's no longer the Holy Grail War, and I'm not the final trophy of this Holy Grail War. Since there's a fake replacing my duty, then there's no need for me to witness the end." "That's good too." Noah nodded, then looked at Tanjing, smiled at her, and turned around. Looking in the direction of Ludong Temple, Noah's eyes flashed. Chapter 801. Whoosh! The whistling mountain wind viciously blew across the rather tall Yuanzhang Mountain, adding a sinister atmosphere to the Ludong Temple at the peak of Yuanzhang Mountain. It was enough to cause anyone to cowardly back away, not daring to approach. However, on the stone steps of the mountain gate, a group of 3 people braved the whistling mountain wind and climbed up the stone steps without any hesitation, arriving in front of the mountain gate. The last time they came to Yuanzhang Mountain's Ludong Temple was only 2 or 3 days ago. At that time, Noah and his team had fought against 2 servants. After a tough battle, they had finally defeated all the enemies. It was also at that time that Gilgamesh revealed his fangs for the first time, causing the entire Holy Grail War to completely change. This time, Noah and the rest came to Yuanzhang Mountain's Ludong Temple again to lead everything to the end. Before entering Ludong Temple, Noah, Rin Enosaka, and Saber felt a wild beast-like aura. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that the aura appeared, Ryder flashed out of the fog and removed his spiritual form. He entered his physical form and held his chained sword as he guarded Noah's back. The group of 3 became a group of 4. However, their destination was still the same. Looking at the Ludong Temple that seemed to hide a terrifying beast, Noah's expression did not change. Only Rin Enosaka, Saber, and Ryder looked slightly more serious. "Is that Gilgamesh's aura?" Saber clenched her sacred sword, which had been removed from its invisible state as soon as it appeared, and spoke solemnly. "Although it's not very strong, the aura is dangerous." "Didn't Noah say that?" "Gilgamesh isn't that strong." Rin Enosaka's face was tense. "However, the other party has tens of thousands of treasured artifacts. Just based on this point alone, it's not something we can fight against." "Master," Ryder said directly. "Do you need me to take the lead?" "No need, Ryder," Noah said without turning his head. "I'll take care of Gilgamesh." The group of girls all quieted down and silently agreed. Then, under Noah's lead, the group walked into Ludong Temple. What appeared in front of them was a temple. It was a temple that had an ancient style and a bit of a modern style. In front of the temple, there was a vast open space. On such an open space, not far from the temple, a person seemed to have been standing there since the beginning. He was like a shadow that extended out from the night and silently entered the group's eyes. Seeing that person, whether it was Noah or Rin Enban, both of them froze for a moment, then their eyes turned cold. That person was not Gilgamesh. That person had a hunchback and a walking stick in his hand. He wore a kimono and looked like a skeleton with skin. His eye sockets were deeply sunken in and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Without waiting for Noah and Rin Enben to speak, Saber tightened her grip on the sacred sword and spoke in a deep voice. Dirty inkstone of the tongue tree, shockingly, it was the sinful inkstone of the stone tongue. Haven't seen you for a few days, Saber. Tong Zangyan chuckled like a kind old man. How is Sakura? How dare you mention Sakura? Dirty inkstone of Jiantong. Saber suddenly pointed her holy sword at the dirty inkstone of Jiantong. You took advantage of the time when Sword was taking me out to attack my master. I'm sure you've already planned this, right? This is also something that can't be helped, isn't it? Jiantong Ginyan let out a horrifying laugh. That laugh was like that of a crying evil spirit. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with a servant. I can only let Sword take you out. After saying that, Naoki Jiantong glanced at Ryder behind Noah and tightened his grip on his crutch. Unfortunately, there is a second servant secretly protecting Sakura. I don't know anything about it. Don't call her Sakura so intimately. Rin and Osaka couldn't help but take a step forward. His eyes were filled with unprecedented anger. You don't have the qualifications to be Sakura's grandfather. Era, the little girl who only knew how to follow behind Tashimi Inaka back then actually has a day when she's shouting at me. Tatsuki Dirty Inkstone sized up Rin Inaka with an appraising gaze and clicked his tongue in wonder. If I had known that Sakura's body was protected by that mysterious power, I would have asked Tashimi to give you to me. That way, my plan wouldn't have fallen to the point where I could only use Shinji to make up the numbers. Rin and Osaka was about to do something when Noah reached out and stopped her. You are the dirty inkstone of Middle Tong, right? Noah looked at the dirty inkstone of Middle Tong with emotionless eyes. Although I haven't seen you before, I knew it was you when I felt the disgusting smell of insects on you. I haven't seen you before either, but I recognized you at first glance. Ryder's master. Sword's smile disappeared for the first time. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you send Ryder to secretly protect Sakura? Your relationship with Sakura shouldn't be so good that you can do that, right? Why? Noah laughed, and the surrounding temperature dropped. A disgusting insect that can mercilessly transform a grandson into a monster will never understand. The moment the words left his mouth, a low and deep sound of breaking air resounded in the surroundings at lightning speed. At the moment when the sound of breaking air sounded, a tall figure appeared like a ghost in the space in front of Tong Ziyen. He pulled a chain in his hand and suddenly threw it out in the midst of a series of jingling sounds of collisions. The sudden attack stunned Tong Ziyen. He didn't have time to react. Immediately, the chain was like a guillotine, ruthlessly twisting towards Sword's neck. Puff! The chain turned into a black shadow and flashed, bringing with it the sound of a rubber ball being pierced. With such a sound, a skull-like head flew into the sky. The person who made the move was Ryder. The head that flew into the sky was the head of Tong Zangyan, whose neck had been broken by Ryder's chain. However, when the head flew into the sky, it suddenly stopped in midair. Then, Sword's body that didn't fall slowly turned into a pile of insects and floated into the sky, surrounding Sword's head. Seeing this, Rin and Osaka felt a chill run down his spine. What was even more horrifying was yet to come. I won't die so easily. The head of Dirty Inkstone, who was surrounded by the insects, was still smiling creepily as if nothing had happened. Even a famous heroic spirit can't kill me. TCH. Rin and Osaka was speechless. How disgusting, Rin and Osaka's words were approved by a third party. He's indeed a filthy thing that people don't want to see, but there's no one more suitable than him to be a witness in the upcoming hell. Well, let's just make do with it. Hearing this voice, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They raised their heads and looked at the roof of the temple. On the roof of the temple, Gilgamesh was sitting on a throne. He looked down at everyone with a cruel and cold smile on his face. There are quite a lot of people here, and there are many bastards that I've never seen before. Gilgamesh's words didn't anger the crowd. This was because Rin and Osaka and Saber, who hadn't seen Gilgamesh before, felt it from him. He sensed the aura that he had sensed in front of the mountain gate. It wasn't strong, but it was very dangerous. Kid, this is the stage for the final stage of the game. Gilgamesh ignored the rest of the people and looked at Noah as he laughed delightfully. Didn't you want to stop me? Come on, try me. That one sentence ignited the tense atmosphere in the surroundings. Rin and Osaka immediately retreated to the back. Saber silently raised her sacred sword. Ryder stared at Gilgamesh. Only Noah's lips curled into a cold smile. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.